بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم السلام عليكم وأهلا وسهلا ليوم الثلاثاء مع IDWS 2024. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a big warm welcome to day 3 of IDWS Conference 2024. I continue to identify as Adrian Hayes, your MC for today. We're at the last day. We've had some fantastic insights over the last 2 days. And as a sustainability advocate, I'm particularly enthused to see what you're doing on the waste and reuse. One of the great definitions of sustainability is, it's the best one I know, harvest must not exceed reabsorption, harvest must not exceed regeneration, waste must not exceed absorption. Okay, meaning what we take from the earth, we've got to have, the earth has the ability to reuse, and what we produce, we must need it to be able to be absorbed. And what you were doing on water treatment, I thought was very, very positive, looking at this holistic system in all areas. So, we've got a packed day. We are going to ask speakers and moderators to try and keep to the timings of the sessions, because we did overrun yesterday, but today we want to try and finish. We have a coffee break at 10:35 to 11. We have lunch break at 12 o'clock, and we will be finishing at 3 o'clock this afternoon, inshallah. Okay, so if you have 150 slides, you may want to skip 1 or 2 of them. So, to start today's proceedings, we have a panel discussion, Innovation Beyond Treatment, CEO Insights into Reuse and Resource Management. And to chair that panel discussion, I'd like to invite to the stage Manuel Hidalgo, and his panel, Mr. Li Heifeng, Professor Rosink, Luca Lucentini, and Dr. Bin Hong Ji. Manuel, over to you. Here.
Adrian, Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. How's everyone today? Fresh, good form, good fit? All right, today we have a really very interesting panel. As Adrian said, I'm Manuel Hidalgo, your moderator for this session. So you are most welcome to this CEO panel in Innovation Beyond Treatment, CEO Insights, and Sustainable Reuse and Resource Management. Today's session will explore the critical role of CEOs and technology in driving innovation and sustainability in water management. From developing advanced treatment technologies to addressing resource management and limitations, we will hear from our CEOs and experts how these leaders balance operational efficiency with environmental stewardship. Our panel will highlight the strategic influence of the CEOs in fostering innovation cultures, advocating for forward-looking policies, and building cross-sector partnerships that contribute to the circular economy and public health. Each of our distinguished panelists brings unique insights in how innovation shapes the future of water and wastewater management. Please join me to welcome our panelists. Thank you so much. We will start the panel asking one question to each of our panelists. So first of all, Mr. Li Heifeng, the CEO of Beijing Enterprises Water Group Limited. Mr. Li, how are you today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will ask one question to you. First question is how BEW contributes to address the gap between the academia and educational sector and the industry. Any concrete program or initiative in your company and how this experience can help other companies?
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm very happy here to discuss some topic. So very good question there. BEWG is a short call for Beijing Enterprises Water Group. Our company is the largest player in the water sector in China. And we raised this bridge the gap between the academic education and the industry since 2017. Actually, we built up 3 bridges. The first bridge is for the bridge between university student and the company management and staff. Before, when we recruit new graduation students, we should spend time to train them to work in our company successfully. We take time. But we now, by the vocational education, we developed the standardized curriculum into 3 levels, the basic level, intermediate, and advanced, the 3-level curriculum. And we provide the specific examination and a certificate for the students. When they get a certificate, and once they graduation, they could match with the company need immediately. So save the time. This is the first bridge. For the second bridge, we build out a bridge between the university and the company. So we training the teacher, and we provide the simulation center, and we published 7 textbooks after approval by the Minister of Education in China, and the next 13 textbooks in progress. And we provide immersive semi-physical simulation teaching system to the academic. And they're very welcome and favorite in university. And it's our honor that 9 of those universities rename their environmental department into BEWG Environmental Department. We are honored. For the last bridge, actually we built up bridge for innovation and commercialization. Actually, we organized some competitions such as Internet Plus, ecology, innovation, and entrepreneurship competition. And we organized ecological venture capital competition and allowed the innovation displayed to the participant and to the investor and to the company. And we promote the technology or the innovation award to the company to push those innovation into commercialization, I think. So there's all the thing that for it takes 10 years to grow tree. However, it should take 100 years to forest good and right people. So I think that vocational education, we are contributing to Chinese water industry in next 50 years.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So you are bridging the gap between the academia and then the education and the industry, between the theory and the reality.
Yeah, it's true. And we have more discussion with the water authority in Saudi Arabia. Hopefully we can to transplant our experience in vocational education here to help the people in Saudi Arabia.
Hopefully. Yeah. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. Moving on, we will go to our next panelist, which is Professor Eric Rössing. He is a legend in the filtration worldwide, very well known, and during these days we had the opportunity to discuss a number of very interesting things. So, Professor, the question I want to ask to you, please, if anyone can or want to comment something, any of our panelists, please feel free to do that. Your company, NX Filtration, focuses on cutting-edge nanofiltration technology. How do you see this technology shaping the future of water reuse?
Thank you, Manuel. Yeah, allow me to go a step back in why we are all here. That means, let me make a comparison between the water crisis and the energy crisis. Everybody here is aware of the energy crisis combined with energy transition. That means we need to adapt that we have the climate change and that we need less CO2. Everybody is aware of that. We need to be more calm with energy consumption. We need to look for other sources. The water crisis, I think, is even bigger than the energy crisis. The water crisis is on water pollution and especially water scarcity. And that combination, also ask for us other sources, but also reuse. That's the most important possible ways to solve our water crisis problem. And if you go to reuse, then you are typically dealing with relatively polluted waters, like municipal wastewater, industrial wastewater, but also surface water. And that was exactly, in combination with pollution, that was exactly my inspiration when I started my work as a professor at the University of Twente in 2013. By the way, that was exactly the same year that my first grandson, Morris, was born. So this professor was strongly motivated to come with a solution for what we call the water crisis, the water transition. And what I did, is we developed hollow fiber nanofiltration membranes. And these membranes are perfectly in dealing and treating municipal wastewater, effluent, polluted water. What did we do? So we were inspired by reverse osmosis, which is retaining too much. You need to remineralize, high energy. And I was strongly inspired by ultrafiltration, of which I did quite a bit in the past. I considered as one of the godfathers of ultrafiltration. So I just landed in between. That means I developed a membrane that is capable of removing everything which is not required and which you should not find in your potable water or in your high quality industry water. But it should pass the minerals which you still need in your product, in your drinking water. So the hollow fiber nanofiltration is a fairly unique product. It does not need too much pre-treatment. It does not require simple post-treatment. And with our technology, you can make high-quality water based on municipal wastewater, e.g., for roughly half of the cost with the comparable, well-known ultrafiltration reverse osmosis process. So I'm really proud of that innovation, but I'm even more proud that we brought that academic innovation to the global production scale. So we started a company in 2016. We developed also production equipment with that, and we entered the market. And at this very moment, we already have quite a global footprint. We are selling systems worldwide. Very proud of a big plant in Mexico, where we're also treating municipal wastewater with our technology, which is then be used for potable water at the end. And I'm also very proud and grateful that I met His Excellency Abdul Karim last summer in our company. It was even possible for me to teach him a little bit on membrane production. So we developed a very good relationship, and he invited us to come here. I'm also very proud and grateful that we have the chance to let you see here in your country what technology we have. So I think, back to your question, I think with our technology we really are working, and we already have proven and demonstrated that on a modern scale, that we really can shape the world with respect to the treatment of municipal waste in respect of reuse this for many applications. Because please realize the water transition, the water crisis is the biggest we have. I think even bigger than the energy transition. We're running out of water, and we need to have technology which is not hurting the climate change too much. And I think that's what we offer to the market.
Thank you so much, Eric. Very, very interesting insights and information, as usual, you're providing to us. Thank you so much. Moving on, let's go to the next panelist, which is online, Dr. Luca Lucentini. Buongiorno, doctor.
Buongiorno, good
Hear
morning
us?
to everybody. Sorry for not staying there.
Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, we cannot have you here in person. But anyway, Dr. Luca Lucentini is the director of the National Center for Water Safety, National Institute for Health in Italy. The question for you, yes, Doctor, is how is the new European regulation on water reuse, which is focused on health and environmental risk management, being implemented, and what is its importance? Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. As you know, the new European regulation on water reuse, which is the specifically regulation number C741 of 2020, entered recently in force and establishes for using the treated wastewater safely, particularly particularly for agriculture, irrigation, and aquifer recharge. The implementation foresee many items that I'm going to really squeeze here. The standards, because the regulation sets quality standards for treated wastewater, focusing on microbiological and chemical safety, by assigning different simple parameters to different risk classes of water associated to the use. As an example, for food crops consumed raw, that are obviously present high risk, secondary treatment, filtration, and disinfection is established, while for industrial, energy, and seeded crops, filtration is not mandatory. The other point is risk management, because the regulation set a comprehensive risk management framework to assess and mitigate health, and I mean health for operators and all kind of people exposed to reused water, but also to control environmental risks. The engagement of stakeholders is a core point of the regulation. Local stakeholders must be involved in planning and operation in all over the plan, obviously divided by specific responsibility. Training also stated in the regulation, because programs for operators and regulators are encouraged with pure compliance. But the regulation also gives specific attention to research by promoting innovation in water treatment technologies. I'm going to end my answer. The regulation, I think, is being already really successful, also in Italy, in resource efficiency, environmental and health protection. It's giving economic benefits because it's going to reduce costs in water supply and treatment, and this align all the operations in Europe with the new EU legislation. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. I think we have a number of lessons learned from that directive that we can apply here in Saudi Arabia. Today, more than ever, it's very important to reuse any drop of water that we are generating. So thank you so much for your contribution. Let's move on to the next panelist, which is Dr. Bihong Ji from Shenzhen Water. So the question for you, Doctor, is a bit long, but it's a very interesting question as well. Could you kindly share some of your strategies or examples on how you balance short-term operational pressures against the challenge of reconciling long-term environmental goals with the need to meet operational demands and implement sustainable practices that reduce environmental and health impacts?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's my great honor to speak at today's panel. I would like to start introducing my city, Shenzhen. Shenzhen is about 2,000 square meters. It's about 17 million people. So it's one of the most densely populated cities in the world. So we're looking for solutions in 4 areas: intensive harmony, low government, and intellectual intelligence. So we proposed urban green complex. So these are urban green and open source organized that treat and dispose of waste, recycle resource and energy, and use new technologies. They turned wastewater treatment plants into factories for reclaimed water, nutrient, and energy. So it is one of the most effective effects made by our group. So first of all, we built a complex incentive wastewater treatment plants. We have 45 wastewater plants. We have 3 semi-underground plants and 4 fully under plants of total capacity is about 1.8 million tons per day. The space about these plants, such as parking and sports garden, are opened to the public. Secondly, we built wastewater treatment plants that are integrated into the city. The main concern is unpleasant odor. We not only improve the collection of odor, but also we use biological, physical, and chemical and advanced oxidation method to increase odor removal rates. It makes the whole plant odor-free. Right now, everyone can visit our group's wastewater treatment plants by making an appointment on our group's website.
Doctor, thank you very much. We are running out of time. I have a wrap-up question that I believe can be of interest for everyone, which is in 1 minute, please.
Yeah.
Could you share your organization, how your organization can act as a catalyst in driving the global water transition, with a particular focus on addressing the challenges of water scarcity in regions like Saudi Arabia, where we are now, the Middle East, and what key initiatives or innovations will you prioritize to make a lasting impact? Please, Dr. Erik, Professor.
You want me to start? Yes, I think I made a remark. I think the catalyst for me is technology, and I expressed already and explained the strength of our technology, certainly in your beautiful country here, in your wastewater program, in reusing wastewater for all kind of high quality applications. But since I'm a technology guy, I'm a businessman, it's not only technology, it's also the awareness, it's the willingness to start it, it's the politics, it's regulation, and I'm really impressed already in this country that you seem to be very open also for technology which is coming from abroad. So let's do it together. Let's use the technology in the proper spirit, and that's also what I like in this conference. So keep on going, and I'm more than happy to be here as often as you need us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Lee, Dr. Luca, Dr. Billon, anything else to add to this question?
Yes, our city is a lack of the water and the land resource. So we tackle this challenge. We have taken 2 key actions. So efficiency management of water resource in the process and the development of reclaimed water. We have we have CPI programs with claimed integrated control of water resource, process control of the production, transmission, and distribution, and intelligent control of terminal.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Lee, anything else to add? Very briefly, that's 1 minute.
The two points from my experience. The first one is the progressive water tariff paid by the end user. It's very basic principle. So if it is free to water usage, I think it's a disaster for the water conservation. And if you free water usage, will mislead residents to the attitude of the water, and actually, eventually, it harm to the water industry development. So for the good financial country, we can increase the basic quota for the daily life usage. And then for above that's the basic quota, you charge it by the progressive water tariff. So it's a very important thing. The second point is for the technology such as reuse water and mobile water treatment plant, especially suitable for the sparsely populated the area in Saudi Arabia, I think. So reuse water is a good solution for industry production, for the ecological supply management, and for the municipality usage, I think.
Thank you so much. Finally, Dr. Luca, 1 minute.
Yes, yes. I think that this panel is really centered all the things. I want just to emphasize 3 points, but just by mentioning, no problem, not more than 1 minute. That is technology investments, because it is more and more required, and the new directive on urban wastewater treatment that was recently approved 3 weeks ago is going to ask for a really revolution in investments. As an example, membrane bioreactors in Italy. Integrated management is the second word, because we need a holistic approach combining the water supply, wastewater treatment, health and environment, and cooperation, partnership with all the stakeholders, institutions, water supply operators, research institutions, and other sectors, foster innovation in water recycling. This is the way to incorporate reclamation and circular economy principle in practice. Thanks.
Thank you so much. With this last response from Dr. Luca, we finalize the panel. Thank you very much, and join me to say thanks to these fantastic panelists.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Thank you very much to all your panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you, okay.
Well done.
Thank you very much indeed. So we're about to introduce our next theme, theme number 4 of the 5 of the conference today. We're just sourcing our keynote speaker, who is somewhere in the building. So if Dr. Abraham can make himself known, Dr. Abraham, and come to the stage before we finish, then it'd be very, very valuable. Whilst we're waiting, I'm going to keep banging on about my favorite topic, sustainability. One of the things I think, the UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, 17 of them, from a goal-setting perspective, objective setting, which is another thing that I speak of in my leadership development programs, they're not really smart goals, specific, measurable, achievable, real, time-bound. They're not, I don't think they're very credible, a lot of them, but the one that I do think stands out amongst them all is SDG number 8 or 9, clean water and sanitation for all. And this is one thing that I think you are in this dynamic industry that has got such an important part to play. It's the Middle East's greatest resource, greatest problem, one of the greatest issues, but it's also one of the world's greatest issues. But as Miss Jay So said the other night at the museum panel discussion, she's here in the audience, okay, we've got to make water sexy. I'd love to see campaigners and activists and children and teenagers saying clean water and sanitation for all. I'd like that to be embodied in school teaching and education and to become a really cult, current thinking, cool thing to preach on. So I think that is something I was going to say it at the end of the conference, but I think something that all of us, apart from myself, we're all in this water technology, innovation, creativity. We live in a little bit of a bubble, fantastic things going on there, but I think moving forward from this conference, it's up to all of us to put this message out there, to get the PR machine working. Water, water, water. Passionate thing for myself and passionate for, I hope, all of you here. Do we have our speaker? Okay. All right, I'll keep talking, let me tell you. So let me introduce the next theme, which we are going to be speaking about, which is, just get my notes, here we go. Theme 4 is health, wellness, sanitation, and water quality, ensuring a sustainable future. A subject, as an extreme adventurer, health and wellness is very, very integral to my own personal values. And I said earlier today, in my country, the UK, we suffer from water quality that is so appalling, tainted with pollutants and contaminants. I personally use a distiller machine for my water in the UK. I boil up overnight 4 to 5 litres, and you see the gunge and the debris in this water in the morning. We're good to go. So, it's something dear to me, I hope it's dear to the conference. So, to introduce the keynote, I'd like to introduce the stage, Dr. Ibrahim Arhabi, to speak on water, health, and wellness.
أدخل الآن. my presentation. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ibrahim Al-Harbi. I'm a pediatric hematologist and oncologist. I work at King Fahd Armed Forces Hospital. It's my pleasure today to talk to this conference, and thank you for inviting me. So my objectives today, water and health. The other thing we will talk about it, how does water quality impact our health, and the relationship between some of the medical problems and water quality. Specific focus on skin diseases, diarrhea, and cancer and their relationship with water quality. Also, because of my specialty, I will be talking about child health and water quality. Summary and conclusion at the end. So, how do you turn the slide? Okay, how do you turn the slide? For the next. Okay, so this is a beach from Tabuk area. I chose it to just reflect the relationship between urbanization and water, especially in our country where we are surrounded with water from almost 3 directions. So relationship between water quality and health. So safe and readily available water is important for public health. Water quality is important whether it's used for drinking or sanitation. Improved water supply has improved health quality for generations now. In 2010, the UN General Assembly recognized a human right to water and sanitation. Now, almost 80% of the world population have access to good quality water and sanitation. In 2021, over 2 billion people live in water-stressed or water-vulnerable areas. By 2022, 1.7 to 2 billion people still use a drinking water source contaminated with feces. Safe and sufficient water facilities increase the practice of good hygiene. Microbiologically contaminated drinking water can lead to diarrhea, cholera, dysentery, which is like bloody diarrhea, typhoid, and polio. Some of these are preventable by vaccine, like cholera now, polio, and some types of dysentery and typhoid. In 2022, almost 73% of the world population can use, as we said, safely managed water, which characterized by located on premises, easily accessible and available when needed, and free from contamination. Most people know that you cannot survive with water, but what you need more is that you need not just water, but safe water. You need safe toilets to keep the environment clean, and also you need access to washing hands and practicing hygiene that stop spread of the disease. There is a water crisis internationally, and it's happening now. Almost 2.2 billion people do not have access to safely managed drinking water. 3.6 billion people, nearly half of the world population, do not have access to safely managed sanitation, meaning toilet that separates the waste from contact, a system to ensure that water safely is disposed of. Almost 500 million people still practice open defecation on the side of the road, in fields, and in the bushes. How unsafe water, sanitation, and hygiene puts children at risk? Contaminated water can lead to diarrhea, can stunt their growth, can affect their health, can lead to weakening of their immune system by increasing risk of pneumonia, even measles, other infections associated with improper and contaminated drinking water and improper sanitation. Again, water is essential for human survival. UNESCO, or United Nations Education Science, said the global use of fresh water has increased 6-fold over the past 100 years and growing by 1% annually. Industrialization, agriculture practices, other practices led to increased contamination of drinking water and also make sanitation difficult. So water sources of water pollution, so urbanization, as we said, population growth, industrial production, agriculture, climate change, other sources like certain practices that leads to improper disposal of water. So water pollution and diarrhea. Diarrhea is a gastrointestinal symptom that result from ingestion or coming into contact with certain microbes. So this leads to secretions and of mucus, other fluids that leads to dehydration and also can lead to death. Diarrheal disease accounts for 21% of death in children less than 5, because dehydration in this age group can lead to serious consequences like hypotension, tachycardia, inability to breathe, and cardiac arrest as follows. Many infectious agents are associated with contaminated water. Parasitic worms present in drinking water when it's consumed by human beings. It is found that treated water from water treatment facilities is associated with lower risk of diarrhea as compared to untreated water. So for example, a study in southern Brazil found that factors significantly associated with increased risk of mortality from diarrhea include lack of plumbed water, lack of flush toilets, poor housing condition, overcrowded households without access to piped water had almost 5 times higher risk of infant death. Because of time, I have to, so diarrhea is one of the main outcomes of polluted water and can lead to death, especially in young children. Then we'll talk about pollution and cancer. So no strongly founded studies link contaminated water to specific type of cancer, but 3 products that if contaminated with water can lead to increased risk of malignancy. Number 1 is nitrates, chromium, and nitrates, chromium, and nitrate, chromium, and arsenic are associated, if contaminated with water, increase risk of malignancy, especially skin cancer, urogenital cancer, gastrointestinal cancer, and sometimes liver cancer. Nitrate contamination is closely associated with human cancers, and nitrates have been linked to colorectal, GI, and bladder cancer. Current drinking water standard puts the safety as less than 50 milligram per liter, but you can still have risk if you are more than 3.8 or 4 milligram per liter. Also chromium, which is byproduct of sometimes water treatment, has been linked to increased risk of malignancy, and also arsenic have been linked to increased risk of malignancy and mortality from cancer, especially when in high concentration mixed with water. Finally, one word about, again, water pollution and child health. Diarrhea is the most common in children. Diarrheal disease kills almost 2 million people per year, especially children. Almost 1,000 of children die every day from diarrheal diseases. Diarrhea is common in children, affect almost 2 million people per day. So pollution exposure experienced by children can lead to stunting growth, short stature, increased risk of infections like pneumonia, measles, influenza. So child malnutrition and stunting due to inadequate water and sanitation. Study in rural India found that children living in households with tap water had significantly lower disease prevalence and lower disease duration. Summary and conclusion: water quality is strongly related to health. Contaminated water and poor sanitation are linked to transmission of disease, especially cholera, diarrhea, dysentery, hepatitis A, typhoid, and polio. Water source contamination contribute to a variety of diseases. Strong relationship of water source contamination with cancer in humans. Other diseases can be worse in absence of good quality water and sanitation. Children are the most affected group by contaminated water. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Thank you very much indeed. Personally, I thought that presentation, Dr. Ibrahim, really stressed 2.2 billion people in the world still lack access to safe and sanitized water. As I said personally, I think if some of the hundreds of trillions of dollars being spent by 2040 on net zero could be just diverted to water sanitation and safety, which is a current problem, we would have a better world that we live in. Personal view. So, thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. I'd like to now, moving on as we have for the whole of this conference, invite the next panel discussion, which is emerging concerns for emerging contaminations, led by Mr. Leonard Silvis. Leonard, are you ready to come on the stage? Thank you, Leonard. Thank you.
And I'm glad to also invite the panelists to the chairs. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, all. It's great to see you here on this morning, on the third day of the conference. And I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Leonard Silvis. I'm a water engineer from background, and I'm responsible for strategic partnerships and client engagement at Royal Haskoning DHV, which is a globally operating engineering consultancy that delivers also a couple of water technology products also here in Saudi Arabia. So this panel discussion is about emerging concerns about emerging contaminants. So what are emerging contaminants? And think of micropollutants like pharmaceuticals, pesticides, personal care products. Think of microplastics or industrial chemicals like PFAS or other substances of very high concern. So it's about growing concerns. So what are we concerned about? We're concerned about water quality, the environment, about public health. These are quite some issues. So what we've done, we've brought together the panelists, and together with them, I will explore the risks associated to these emerging contaminants. We will take a look how they are detected, and what technological and also regulatory innovations might be needed to tackle these issues. So the objective really is to get towards actionable insights about these emerging threats. So please, let me introduce the panelists. Dr. Nar Al-Bashar, she's sitting on the second position of the right. She recently joined actually the Saudi Water Authority, but she used to be, before that, an assistant professor in genetics and the acting general manager at the Applied Genomic Technological Institute, and is part of the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. So she really focuses on how contaminants like pharmaceuticals, microplastic and industrial chemicals impact genomic stability and public health. Well, she's not from the water sector, let's say it like that. She's from another sector, and that's an interesting thing. We'll get back to that. Dr. Ibrahim, second of the left, Dr. Ibrahim Al-Zahrani. He is the Chief of Public Health from the Eastern Health Cluster of the Ministry of Health in Saudi Arabia. And his background is in physics, so he specialized in preventive medicine with a focus really on controlling infectious diseases. Helen Robinson, sitting on the far right in the panel, she's the Director of Aquarius Resources. She's also the Global Research and Development Manager of the International Geothermal Association. So her experience is really, primarily involved, let's say, organic and inorganic pesticides, industrial runoff, and also she has a lot of knowledge on heat and radon, as of course she works on geothermal topics. So she's worked across the world, a lot of experience there. And right in the middle, Dr. Fahad Al-Fahad, and he's a Chief Technology Officer with GI Aquatech Saudi, which is a company that provides innovative solutions for wastewater treatment. And his master thesis already was about contaminants of emerging concerns, and that actually is what he is applying now, also in his company developing nanotechnology-based systems. And last but not least, Dr. Hugues Prudhomme, and he's a CNRS research engineer, and CNRS stands for the French National Center for Scientific Research. He teaches at the University of Po, and that's in the southwest of France. And his expertise is really in environmental science, analytical chemistry, so he knows all about detection and monitoring techniques, which of course is an emerging challenge, or a challenge as well, regarding this topic. So let's get towards the agenda of the panel. We split it in three elements. The first one is about the challenges. The second one is about the solutions. And I've asked them to think about the final part, which is the call to action, a one-sentence call to action. What can we do? So let's start with the challenges. And I've split my questions into three different challenges: on health risks, on detection and monitoring, and one on the regulatory gaps. So, and we got one overall challenge. We only have 25 minutes. So let's start on challenges. On health risk, Dr. Ibrahim, you're with the ministry, so what challenges regarding emerging contaminants do you observe in Saudi Arabia, and what makes it specifically important for your country?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Dr. Lienhard. Thank you, organizing committee, for inviting me to this conference. Actually, for me, this is the first time to attend a conference like this outside my field, medical field. I really enjoy my stay here. It was very interesting. It had a great value to me. I meet many people here in the water authority. So the big challenge I think we are facing in Saudi Arabia is how to maintain our gain, how to maintain our achievement. Actually, we reached to the point that I can see now we are safe from communicable disease, from infectious disease, and this is your effort in water authority, your effort in disinfecting the water. So nowadays we are drinking a safe water بفضل الله تعالى. ثم your efforts was very effective. We reached to the point that we eliminate the most important disease that we are facing and can be transmitted through water or through food, which we call poliomyelitis. Nowadays, we are polio-free country. We are 0 cases. Again, we reach to 0 for other disease like diphtheria, like cholera, like hepatitis A. Those diseases can be transmitted through water, and your effort actually was very effective in reaching to this achievement. So this is, again, the big challenge, really, how to maintain this. To reach a 0 is easy, but how to maintain 0, I think it is very difficult, but we trust your effort, we trust your commitment to maintain these gains. Again, why we are here in Saudi Arabia, I think we are at risk. The diseases are still present. We are the country that visited by many guests in the transformation. We are concentrated more on the tourist, on the investment. So we should be at a high level of secure health meaning that the effort of all of us. So the risk is there, many guests coming from outside and some of them coming from poor health countries, and they may carry the communicable disease that can be transmitted to the water, and without your effort, those diseases can find its way to our drinking water. So this is, I think, my participation. Again, thank you for efforts that we are achieving with your efforts 0 cases of communicable disease. So thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Let's zoom in a little bit into the health risk you are mentioning, and I've got a question for Dr. Noor. Well, you work on understanding, let's say, the interactions between environmental exposure of micropollutants and genetics. What do we know about this, actually, and are we able to assess the long-term health impact? So what's the key challenge, if I ask you?
So, commenting again, I would echo just what Dr. Ibrahim just said. And genetics with environmental interactions, it's a very, I would say, very complex landscape. So to address this, we have a new frontier, I would say, in the biological sciences that is called exposomics studies, which is really concerning the full landscape or the full exposures of environmental exposures that we are exposed to in our lifespan. So how we as geneticists look into environmental contaminants, it's more into how they interact at the different layers of the biological systems. So we use different multi-omics technologies. These are such as genomics for detecting DNA, transcriptomics for RNA, proteomics for the protein level, metabolites and others. All of these, when it's integrated with the environmental data, it would give us great insights into how these environmental factors basically affects our health.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. A lot of research still to do there.
Yes.
So let's move a little bit to the topic of detection and monitoring. They're called emerging contaminants. Well, some of them have emerged, I'd say, but still there are emerging contaminants. So a question to Dr. Prudhomme. Could you elaborate on the challenges related to the detection and monitoring of emerging contaminants?
Thank you very much. First of all, for the invitation in this amazing conference and for these kind introductions. As you say, I'm an analytical chemist. An analytical chemist is mainly a researcher who is working in interface. It's a kind of facilitator or a kind of oil in a car, just to identify some problematic and help people in further process to solve them. And when we are talking about emerging contaminants, in fact, we are talking about emerging concerned contaminants. That means it's not something which is totally new. It's not something which is coming from very recent anthropic contaminations. But it's something with our concern because, first of all, we consider that we have like some consequences on the health or on the environment. And when you are talking about that, you have every day new emerging contaminants of concerns. And for that, you have to consider that in the nature, we are not only concerned by chemicals, but also biomolecules, nanomaterials, all these kind of things. And they're so different because we are talking about different behavior like hydrophobic, hydrophilics, volatiles. Sometimes it's a question of size, it's nano-size particles, that it's a bit challenging to be able to cover everything. Because of course, what people ask to us, it's to discover at very low level, in very complex matrices, at low cost, and if possible in real time. That's a big challenge. And why not to be ready for tomorrow? And to tackle that, most of the time, what was not possible 10 years ago, we have like a kind of non-targeted approach. That means we are using a synergy between different kind of high-definition, high-resolution instrumentation to be able to look very deeply, very specifically, and very sensitive, with a lot of sensitivity to very specific compound, but also to have in our data be able to do retrospective analysis to discover the contaminant or emerging contaminant of tomorrow. It's one of the challenges that you have to face.
Okay, thank you. So that's, let's say, the detection and monitoring seen from a, let's say, research perspective. On detection and monitoring from the perspective of Dr. Fahad, who's with a technology provider. So how do you deal with these challenges regarding detection and monitoring?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we have to understand that detection and monitoring for contaminant of emerging concern is extremely complicated and expensive. Because they exist at micro level and nano level, that the common testing methodologies that we have today are not matured enough to detect. We are still spending 5 days in order to detect the BOD. How about the microplastics, the pharmaceuticals, the PFAS, all of those? And the list is the list keeps on growing and growing. And I mean, the EPA keeps a list of all the contaminants of emerging concern, and they keep monitoring and tracking all of them. And the list now is so huge that we don't know exactly what to monitor anymore. So for us, it is an area of improvement. There are so many technologies that coming into picture today, like the electrochemical equipment that helps in detecting those contaminants at an effective way. It is a challenge, but through innovation, we believe that in the future it will become much easier aspect to be tackled from technology perspective.
Yeah, and you say the list is growing, and the list is growing, and that's the challenge. So we can monitor more and more, detect more and more. So let's go to Dr. Helen Robinson. So, well, you're a consultant and you're a practitioner, let's call it like that. So this growing list, if we take a look at regulation or regulatory gaps, in your daily practice, what developments have you seen over time in regulations regarding emerging contaminants, and what are the main challenges you observe?
So quite often we find that regulation starts quite high up and then it's filtered down and applied. So one of the really good examples of a successful regulatory framework is the European Water Framework Directive. And that looks at protecting surface water bodies, groundwater bodies, restoration, rapid response protocols if something was to happen and things like that. The challenge with that is, of course, getting every single European member state to agree to that and then passing that on to anybody joining the EU as a new member state. But it is proving to be incredibly successful, and it's been used as a template to see how can that be done in other parts of the world. So Latin America are looking at things like that as well. And then we have sort of things like transboundary water, and it's incredibly challenging. I mean, it's a global initiative, but it's not been implemented in law, so countries can volunteer to adhere to that. But of course, political will is quite challenging, and that's probably the biggest challenge with transboundary water. And transboundary groundwater is even more of a challenge because it's invisible. essentially. You know, we're very lucky in many parts of the world that you go home, you turn on the tap, and there's your water, but nobody's really considering how it's got there, what's been done to it, who's got it there, and the financials and the policy behind all of that as well. And of course, you know, there are consistent debates over where the aquifer starts and ends and things like that, but transboundary water looks at, if you're removing water from a body, how much are you removing? Will the system downstream or in the downflow of the aquifer tolerate that? But more importantly for this panel is if or what you're putting back into that water and what impact that has downstream or within the aquifer. And then if we look at things like, so for example in the UK very quickly, the Environmental Agency in the UK has very recently brought in heat as a contaminant. So if you're putting water back into the subsurface, heat is a contaminant, and the way they're looking at that is how that might change the microbial ecosystems in the subsurface. And while heat is not necessarily an issue to human consumption, the change in that ecosystem could become an issue to human consumption. And I could go on forever, but I'm going to stop there for now.
Yeah, thanks. So regulation is coming up, that's what you're saying. We get back to the topic a little bit later. So we've kind of explored the challenges now, so I'm moving to the second part of this panel dialogue, and that's about the solutions. So let's start with treatment technology. We've talked a lot about technologies yesterday as well. Let's start with Dr. Fahad, who is in technologies, of course. So what innovations do you think that are really needed for the removal of emerging contaminants, and both, let's say, separation technologies, removal technologies, or otherwise maybe?
Sure, that's a great question. Now, before we go to technologies, like the problem is there, the challenge is there, but in Saudi Arabia, we thrive under challenge. We look at challenges as opportunity for innovation and creating something new. We are never afraid of any challenge that we face, and we look at it as an opportunity to develop further and provide something that no one else thought of before. With that being said, an event like this is a clear example of what we can offer. I'm sure that one of the audience here today has a great idea about a product or a service that can eliminate the contamination of emerging concern in the future, but the existing treatment methodologies also can help and can work. At GI Aquatech, our thoughts was, since those contaminants available in the water at a micro and nano level, why not tackle them at the same level that they are in? We have created the G-Nano. It is a clay-based nanomaterial that tackles the contaminants at a nano level and reduce them. We have been successful in reducing microplastic, pharmaceuticals, personal care products. The result was not as much good as the other sectors with PFAS, but we are still developing new technologies in order to do that. There are so many promising emerging technologies to tackle those emerging concerns, and I'm very optimistic about the future that we are going to reach sustainability, because sustainability is not only with the quantity, it is also with the quality of the water that we are consuming. And I'm sure that with the care that we have today and the amount of magnitude that we can find, we are going to reach that soon, inshallah.
Excellent, thank you. So that's really, let's say, talking about solutions from a technological perspective, and that's a good thing. That's about removal. But let's zoom out a little bit. Let's take a holistic perspective, and I would like to ask a question to Helen Robinson. Really on, let's say, interdisciplinary cooperation. You work on those challenges from a more holistic perspective, I've learned. So what does the complexity of this issue really ask from cooperation between different stakeholders or sectors?
I mean, this is a complex topic in itself. I know. I mean, first of all, you need to actually make sure you're identifying the correct stakeholders. You know, each project will have a combination of the same stakeholders over and over, but then you will have project-specific stakeholders. And this is a prime example, this panel, of stakeholders from who have medical backgrounds joining forces with the water sector, you know, and but you have to make sure you've got the right stakeholders involved. Even, you know, when we were talking about desal, I know this panel's not about desal, but who's doing the energy, they have a stake in it as well. And you also need to make sure that those stakeholders have the correct skill set. So I'm sure my panel will, our panel will agree that, you know, the quality of water is an incredibly specialized, nuanced topic. One example is ammonium nitrate. If you're analyzing water and you're just looking at your nitrate concentration and your ammonium concentration, you're not going to come across anything. But if you're not modeling or considering speciation, so for example in the mining sector or even the cement sector, ammonium nitrate is highly dangerous. It acidifies soil, it can become nitrous oxide, amongst a whole host of other things as well. So you need to be really specialized. And audience or stakeholder appropriate communication. We're very technical here, but if we're talking to somebody who's financing or developing a project, we can't talk technical to them. We can't talk technical to the general public, but we all need to be accountable, and you can only be accountable if you understand what's going on, and you can only engage if you really understand that.
Interesting, and that would also mean that maybe for next year, we would also need to invite those other, let's say, stakeholders to make really progress, and that we challenge ourselves as well as we're sitting here. One other aspect regarding, let's say, interdisciplinary cooperation, Dr. Noor, I'd like to ask you. You already mentioned it a bit. So concerning the solutions, well, for the challenges you described before in your first words, what collaboration would you say that's needed? What do you need for substantial progress? What do you need from the water sector? What do you need from others?
Really, we look at it like if we want to address the dynamic nature of the environmental exposures that we face in our daily lives, we really need to integrate different research fields. So genomics being the, I would say, the frontier in terms of we are already understanding a lot about our genetics. We discovered the causes of many diseases, but there is still many NCDs that we don't know their background, and we think, and I think we believe now that it's the environment is the main cause. So to basically fill the gap and bridge, I think we need to basically collaborate across the different fields of environment, epidemiology, genomics, and also with policymakers in a way that we translate all of these scientific insights into actionable decisions and regulations.
Yeah. And I think you're a very good example yourself, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you're moving from the genomics space, research space, to the Saudi Water Authority. So that's a good example. Let's move to regulation and policies again. Of course, that's a question for Dr. Ibrahim, who's with the national government. Well, as a policymaker in Saudi Arabia, what are your most important takeaways of what you've heard here, of your most, well, the best ideas regarding policies? What would you advise?
Yes, I think the most important is to continue our effective collaboration with each other in order to reach to that level of secure water that we are drinking in regard of zero contaminant with microbes that can be transmitted through water. We need that water which is balanced in minerals like sodium and potassium. We don't like really to have a water that high in sodium that will contribute to increase the prevalence of hypertension in our community. Again, vice versa, we don't like that water low in sodium or in potassium that will contribute to effectiveness or to affect our body, our heart, our endocrine system. Again, we don't like that water which is with trace element, with toxic element that could affect our body, and with its accumulative effect, it can reach or cause many cancer or many endocrine problems, or it can affect the heart. So again and again, our collaboration with each other, inshallah, will be effective in maintain our secure community.
Yeah, you're mentioning collaboration, and that's maybe an interesting point for you, Mr. Fredon. We have a large audience here from all over the world, so thanks to Saudi Water Authority for inviting them and bringing them here. So maybe that's a good first step. So, but what would be your, let's say, call to this audience, or and also beyond to make sure that we mitigate this together? What collaboration globally is needed?
I think global collaboration is needed in order to simplify all standardizations, to uniformize all the sampling and procedures, and more simple in our science or the process or the samplings, better it is. And after, it's also to have a global overview, because the problem of water, the problem of emerging, it's not a problem of one country only, it's the problem of every human being here. And you have to do not forget that the water is source of life, but it's also a carrier, and that you could find anything in the water. That means the people who was talking about the water memory a long time ago, now it's almost possible, because we can know when a whale shark is going through the coast that you have a submarine or that someone dumped some, some waste. And today it's like that. And sharing the data, it's very, very important between institutions, between states, for the awareness, also for the education that in chemistry, nothing is disappearing. It's just a question of transformation and transport. That means a product or contaminant who is there somewhere could be of a short transformation, it will be not disappear, and sometimes the byproduct is even worse. That's why sharing the data is very important. The other key, also, it's the awareness that your data is very, very precious, because we can go back retrospectively on that, just to mitigate also risk or to discover the emerging of tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks. So now we've explored the challenges, we've explored the solutions, of course at a certain level of depth, because we're only short of time. So if you have any other questions later to the panel, go and ask them afterwards, they'll be available for that. So I'm going to close this panel discussion with a last call to action, which I mentioned at the beginning of the session, so I hope they've had a little chance to prepare. I'd like to start at the right side. Just one or two sentences with your call to action from your perspective, Helen.
Roadmaps, simply roadmaps, takes us from what the challenge or the issue is to the solution at the far end, incorporates steps for everything in between, how we deliver it, who's delivering it, and a deliverable from this event, for example, could be a roadmap, and then next year a report on progress to that roadmap, because that makes us as a community accountable to what we're saying we're going to do.
Yeah, roadmaps, actions, communities.
I think my call would be for researchers and scientists to really have exposomics studies as an integral part of every public health research that we do. So we know that environment is really integral in every NCD incident that we have. So,
yeah.
So exposomics studies, yeah.
Thank you, very good.
For me, I think that protecting our water is a responsibility for everyone. Innovator needs to continue innovating. Regulators need to be vigilant. And technology owners need to keep an open mind into those contaminants and develop new ways into providing the best services for the consumers. And the consumers need to be, educated continuously. It is a responsibility for everyone to achieve sustainability.
Right, thank you. Dr. Ibrahim.
Again, for me, the risk of communicable disease or the waterborne infectious disease is there. So again, it needs all of us to contribute to the prevention of those diseases from spreading in our community. So your effort is highly appreciated. Sustainable disinfection of water, all sources of water actually, drinking water or irrigation water. I think indirectly irrigation water can affect humans. So again, to secure those sources of water will secure our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Dr. Predon.
I would like to reconnect, traditional and local practices with high-definition fingerprints. That means the high-tech, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and also to always have in mind that what is locally done. Yeah. That is the best important. You have not to forget that you have, of course, we are researchers, we are engineers, but observation is the first step, and it's very important as the awareness and the educations of people.
Thank you. So thanks for all your calls to action. I think with emerging contaminants is really a growing concern indeed, also because water reuse is growing in the world. It's a need, and when you're applying reuse, this topic will get higher and higher on the agenda. So thanks for your inputs, thanks for your actions as well, and I've asked you to give one, and I think the real idea is to bring all your different actions together, as it's about making a roadmap together with all the different stakeholders to make sure that we got a healthy people and clean wastewater.
Absolutely.
Clean water. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. Thank you, panel. Thank you very much indeed. So, moving straight on, right, leading up to the coffee break, we have two case studies. The first case study, I'd like to introduce Professor Wenhai Chu, who is speaking from China, who is going to be speaking on DBP formation for distribution systems. Professor Wenhu, are you reading us loud and clear?
Okay. Hi, can you hear me?
We can, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wenhai Chu from Tongji University. It's an honor to be invited to give a presentation at this conference. Firstly, I apologize for not being able to attend in person due to some unfortunate circumstance. However, I'm very glad to have the opportunity to present to you all online today. The topic of my presentation is DBP formation in distribution systems and control strategies in China. Throughout this talk, I will briefly introduce DBP studies in China, discuss the occurrence of DBP in distribution system, and what we did for the control DBP in drinking water. So let's start it. As we all know, drinking water safety is a critical issue. Pollutants that impact drinking water safety and health can be classified into three main categories. First, biological pollutants from water source, such as pathogenic microorganisms. Second, chemical pollutants from water source, mainly human-made chemicals. And third, secondary pollutants formed during the water treatment processes, primarily disinfection byproducts, DPPS. In water treatment disinfection processes in China and in US, precursors such as organic matter in the water react chemically with disinfectants, generating highly toxic DBPs that are carcinogenic, terrorogenic, and mutagenic. Studies have shown that pollutants who consume drinking water with high concentrations of DBPS over the long term are at a higher risk of developing disease such as bladder cancer, posing a significant treatment to public health. In the past decade, DBPs have received increasing attention in China. The annual publication related to DBPS have increased almost sixfold, reaching over 300 in 2023. Backward analysis, we found that research about DBPS in China mainly focus on DBP occurrence in drinking water, the removal of DBP precursors, and by different treatment processes, including pro-oxidation, coagulation and filtration and identification of unknown DBPS. From 2010 to 2023, the number of research terms in China studying DBPS has increased from 40 to 140. Research units are distributed throughout the country, including from Tsinghua University, Tongji University, Nanjing University, and so on. As the number of researchers continues to increase, there was a need for platform to present research funding and facilitate academic discourse. Therefore, we established the first national symposium on the disinfection and the DBPS in Tongji University in 2013. To date, the symposium has been held 10 times and become a must-go conference for DBPS in China. Meanwhile, efforts by Chinese researchers also promoted the amendment of drinking water regulation. In the last version of standards for drinking water quality issued in 2022, DBPs including THM4 and 2-HAS has been classified as regulated index, requiring monthly tests. Well, there were only tests twice a year in the past. Additionally, emerging DBPS, including NDMA, has been added in the amendment. My research mainly focused on identifying higher research DBPS in So my research mainly focused on identifying high risk DBPS in Yangtze River Delta region of China. We aim to review DBP formation and start how to control it. So I look forward to collaborating with others who share my interest in DBPS and helping to pass the boundaries of what we know in this area. The Yangtze River is like the mother river of China, flowing all the way from east to west for over 2,000 kilometers and covering an area of 1.8 million square kilometers. It is home to a population of 400 million people. The Yangtze River Delta region is downstream from the river and it's the most bustling and crowded place in China. Unfortunately, the rapid economic development in this area has caused some pollution problems. Our mission is to ensure the safety of drinking water in the region, especially from the perspective of DBPS. So we investigate the DOM characteristics along the Yangtze River. In general, the DOM in upstream and midstream waters was dominated by terrestrial chemic substance, which served as important precursors for THMS and HAS, and are responsible for the overall increase in DBP formation along the Yangtze River. By comparison, the downstream waters were impaired more by wastewater and filtered with high levels of microbial-derived protein-like biopolymer, which significantly contribute to the formation of HALS and HNS. It was also found that DBP precursors in the downstream water were more hydrophilic in nature, posing a challenge for drinking water treatment. Now, we know what DBPS present in downstream Yangtze River. what levels of DBP in distribution system is also important. So we conducted a survey on the currents of DBPS in the distribution system at 30 locations. Especially, it focused on DBPS that fall under the CX3R type DBPS, which refers to DBPS with a similar molecular structure consisting of 3 haloatoms attached to a central carbon atom and a substitution group. This DBPS include THMS, HAS, HALS, and HNS, HMS. THMS are found to be the main DBPS, and the average concentration was 48.1 ppb, which was higher than other DBPS. So this is probably related to the ultra-physical of the source water. We also calculated the cytotoxicity of DBPS using the CTI method. As we can see it, the CTI values of different DBPS varied significantly, ranging from 0.021 to 202. Although THMS was the most abundant DBPS, their cytotoxicity was low. However, HAS has the highest toxicity risk, and so to be considered for priority control. Meanwhile, we also investigated TOX in the Yangtze River Delta region and observed a clear increasing trend of DBP level from finished water to table water. This result also presents that there is still a large portion of TOX remain unknown to us, as unknown TOX account for about a half. This calls for further study to identify new DBPS in drinking water. So we developed a DBP nitrogenous aromatic DBPS, which has higher toxicity than the regulated DBPS. When it comes to controlling high-risk NDBPS, what strategy we can take? Currently, the control strategies for DBPS mainly involve precursor removal, optimization of DBP disinfection processes, and the removal of formed DBPS. Considering the characteristics of micropollution water source in the downstream Yangtze River Delta, precursor removal is an effective method to help to reduce the burden of DBP control. One of the main precursors for DBPS in the water source of the Yangtze River is influenced by algae, and it is highly ultra-physical. Conventional treatment processes such as coagulation, sedimentation, and sand filtration were able to effectively remove these precursors. Therefore, we have furthermore, as shown in the right figure, it has been observed that ozone and activity carbon treatment without optimization may even increase the level of DBP precursors due to the microbial leakage. So we have optimized the processes, ozone and activated carbon treatment, such as optimizing the ratio of activated carbon, adding value, ozone doses, and backwashing. We can reduce the formation of DBPS in finished water. Next, we investigated the control effect of UV H2O2 on DBPS. We found that it can effectively control the formation of new DBPS, but the concentration of THMS increased. So we related chlorine disinfection with chloramine. The concentration of THMS significantly decreased after the UV H2O2 and chloramine. Also, UV H2O2 can help remove some trace pollutants like PPCP in salt water. So, Shanghai is a mega city with a large-scale distribution system. The total water supply has reached 14 million people, 14 million cubic meter per day, and the total length of distribution with a diameter of 75 millimeters and above in the city is about 37,000 kilometers. In order to meet the residue chlorine in the end of water treatment system, an increased concentration of chlorine is often required before enter the pipe network. However, higher chlorine concentration lead to faster chlorine decay and promote the formation of DBPS. So, multi-point chlorination technology has been applied in the large-scale distribution system in Shanghai. This technology not only issues the microbial safety, but also reduces the chlorine concentration levels. As a result, the total formation of DBPS has been reduced by 20%, resulting in annual cost savings of 10 million yuan per year. The key technology for disinfection byproducts control has been successfully applied on a large scale in over 20 major waterworks in Yangtze River Delta region, with a total cap of 7 million tons per day, benefiting a pollution of over 20 million. The technology focuses on above three aspects. It has successfully addresses the challenging issue of control high-risk DBPS and effectively reduce the toxicity risks associated with DBPS in drinking water in the Yangtze River Delta. Finally, is the conclusion and perspective. With the improvement of water treatment processes, DBPS has been well controlled with the reduction of DBP precursors and the removal of other compounds. However, the cost of treatment processes has also increased, and complex water treatment processes have side effects, such as introducing new disinfection byproducts precursors. We published the view concern unintended effects of engineering agents and materials, for example, membrane on DBP formation. If you are interested, we will be happy to communicate with you. However, the main DBP precursors were from salt water, which are subject to various pollutants, NOM, surface runoff, industrial discharge at mass. And salt water is increasingly affected by human activities. Therefore, it is necessary to pay attention to the protection of natural water sources while promoting economic development. Okay, that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Wenhai, joining us all the way from China. Right, the last case study before we go for coffee break. Speaking on From Nature to Digital Water, the Power of High Spatiotemporal Resolution, I'd like to welcome to the stage Professor Yu Tao. Professor?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Troy Yutao. I'm from Harvard Institute of Technology. And today, I would like to share with you our insights into the power of high spatial temporal resolution. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. In the beginning of my story, I would like to share with you this fascinating story. 6 years ago, when I was doing my postdoc in Imperial College London, I learned my colleagues created these high-frequency devices that can capture water pipeline pressures. And if we compare the super high-frequency data with the original or traditional pressure data, we can see that super high-frequency data detects subtle shifts that enables precise qualification and actionable insights. And we know that monitoring transient pressure changes in pipelines can enable swiftly detect and pinpoint leaks. And this story inspired us to think about how high-frequency data can support the management of natural water. And in today's talk, I would like to only focus on algal bloom control. We know that the harmful algal blooms are happening all the time, every year, around the world. And there have been many fancy theories explaining why algal bloom happens around the world. But unfortunately, none of these fancy theories can explain particular events of algae bloom in different locations of the world. And we hypothesize that this is happening probably because they use low-frequency sampling data. That means low-frequency sampling always yields limited information for the understanding of algal blooms. So we need to obtain the high-frequency data, and nowadays, we know that reliable data sources are critical for model accuracy, while high-frequency data can enhance model efficacy. And there have been unmanned ships and aerial vehicles or drones, and even submarines that can capture continuous information of water. But unfortunately, all these methods are not good enough because to our knowledge, there have been no devices for underwater monitoring that are small enough, actionable enough, and cheap enough. So we created an underwater drone. We call it Pure Pilot, and we are trying to use it to detect the algal bloom. This is the device. There are 3 parts. In the top, it is the main body, supplying the power of movement. And in the middle, it is the sensor suite. These sensors can detect more than 10 water parameters, including dissolved oxygen, chlorophyll, FDOM, etc. And in the bottom, it's a sampler. We need to use them to collect water samples or sediment samples and take them back to the laboratory analysis because some analysis must be done in lab, like metagenomic or emerging contaminants analysis. And how we do that? Firstly, we use 3D sonar to create the points cloud data, and we create the 3D terrain, and then we make the planning of the path, of the cruising path. Then the Pure Pilot will travel following our plan from one node to another. And we tested the pure pilot in a reservoir. It's a lake in Shenzhen, China. And we can have a high resolution from 5 meters to 1 meter. And we got more than 8,000 monitoring points. And in total, we got more than 2 million data sets. And in comparison, if we use the traditional methods that is requested by huge human labors, we got only more than 2,000 data sets. So what is the mechanism using high-frequency data to uncover algal bloom? If we look at the left figure, it is the chlorophyll A concentration. The blue line shows the low-resolution data from March to July. It can show you the fluctuation of chlorophyll concentration, but it misses a lot of details. So the high-frequency data, which is shown by the orange lines, it can tell you the details, some sudden changes of the chlorophyll concentration. So we can see that the high-resolution data provides more information on algae bloom dynamics. And this is the details. The green part shows the chlorophyll A concentration in different levels, in different depths of the lake. And the green one, the red one is the temperature. The blue color is the rainfall. So the rising temperature, we can see that gradually increase chlorophyll levels, but show little link to sudden algal blooms. And we found that the rainfall boosted the frequency and intensity of algal blooms. So this video shows the details of chlorophyll concentration changes within 12 hours across the lake in every layer, in every depth. And you can see that the chlorophyll was released from the sediment to the water surface. And chlorophyll concentrations increased sharply in a small area, we call it hotspots. And the chlorophyll gradually dispersed, leading to the widespread algal blooms formation. And this is the lake, and this is the, we compared the chlorophyll concentration detected by pure pilot sensors with the metagenomic analysis. We found that the relative abundance of cyanobacteria, alpha diversity, total reach, they have strong correlation with the chlorophyll concentration detected by pure pilot. And we also did the horizontal comparison. And we also checked the parallel, the concentration in the sediment. So we can see also a strong correlation between the absolute abundance of algae and the chlorophyll A concentration. And we found that most of the algae was stored in the sediment. So the rapid migration of cyanobacteria from sediment to the water surface, coupled with swift proliferation, that results in algal blooms. So here are some take-home messages. The high-resolution monitoring captures algal blooms dynamics far better than standard methods, increasing both data volume and ability to detect unusual events. Also, the chlorophyll levels in reservoirs vary greatly over time and space, influenced by sediment characteristics, especially after heavy rains. Unusual chlorophyll concentrations in reservoirs are mainly caused by the upward movement and rapid growth of cyanobacteria from sediment. In the end, I would like to thank the financial support of the Peacock Plan by the Shenzhen government. And this work has been done by my PhD students, Mr. Xiaopeng and Mr. Zhang Congchao. I would like to show my gratitude to the huge support from Professor Wang Jie and Professor Ren Nanqi. Thank you so much.
10:20.
Tintin.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much indeed. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now at coffee break. Could we please try to come back by 10 minutes past 11? So that's just over 20 minutes. Coffee break, 20 minutes now. See you shortly. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will be commencing the conference very shortly. Please take your seats. Okay, welcome back everybody. We gave you an extra 5 minutes for coffee break because we're such nice people here at IDWS 2024. So the next agenda item on the conference today is a panel discussion, Accelerating Water Innovation, Venturing Models for Growth and Impact in Saudi Arabia. To chair that discussion, I'd like to introduce to the stage Dr. Chris Thomas to introduce his own panel. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. It is a real pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you for having us along. We've got some very distinguished speakers to hear from now, and they bring a diverse range of experience from all around the world. So let me welcome to the stage Harro Brons, the Manager of Business Development at the Water Alliance in the Netherlands. Sead Bajrovic, Founding Partner of Water Impact Partners.
That's me.
Engineer Ola Hansen, Manager at Win Water. Adwa Ouderkiel, CEO of Falak Investment Hub, and Dr. Hassan Mohammed, Investment Manager at Skion Water. Please join me in welcoming our speakers. Thank you, everyone. So the water sector in Saudi is going through a huge transformation journey at the moment, and the Saudi Water Authority is going to be a central agency in all of that, as a regulator, as an enabler, and the ambition of what can be achieved is really palpable. Over the course of this conference, we've discussed how we can go about achieving that. We've looked at world-class leading research, we've looked at engineering, we've discussed regulatory models, and today we're going to consider another aspect, that of the entrepreneur. There are not many forces in nature as strong as a committed entrepreneur. Their ability to move the frontier of what's technically possible is inspiring. So the topic for today's panel is, how do we harness that? What can we do here to foster new ventures and to support their success in the kingdom? It's been my pleasure recently working with SWA to develop a strategy around this, considering the entire ecosystem of stakeholders required to support venturing in the kingdom. And that means we need leading research institutions, we need investors who can support entrepreneurs, we need a good pipeline of entrepreneurs coming through, we want incubators to train and assist them, and most importantly, we need connections and partnerships with end users who will actually adopt those solutions. And today we've got representation from across that whole spectrum, so I'm really excited to learn from everyone's points of view on how we can continue to develop the strategy for the sector. So with that in mind, I'd like to ask everybody the same question and hear your thoughts on how we can build that strategy. So the question is, if you could each just explain a little bit about your role in your ecosystem and then what you see as best practice to encourage venturing within that. So I'll go left to right. So Adwa, perhaps if I could start with yourself.
Sure, absolutely. Well, first of all, it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and thank you so much. Thanks to SWA, thanks to the organizers of the event. And it's an absolute honor to be amongst these incredible and esteemed panelists as well. Falak Investment Hub, the way that it's funny actually, it took us around 3.5 years to figure out what we're doing and to figure out how do we explain what Falak is. Because we had a very clear mission, a very clear vision, but we did not have an activity as a singular activity. Throughout the years, Falak is both an investment arm and an ecosystem enabler arm to enable entrepreneurs and develop innovation across different sectors and across different spectrums as well. So today, how Falak defines itself is that we are an ecosystem enabler via creating and developing entrepreneurial ventures and also investing in existing entrepreneurial ventures as well. This creates an ecosystem. And after 6 years being in the market, launching the first investment-backed accelerator in the kingdom before 500 startups, before anyone else, we realized that right now the market has matured to the extent of needing sectorial development, which is why we are right now here in this conference, because we genuinely do believe in the power of water technologies in paving the path of the future. We believe in the power of climate technologies as being our core, or one of our main and primary investment sectors that we want to also invest in. So with that, I think this is, I believe, pretty much why we are here, and the role of Falak Investment Hub is to create the next generation of water tech entrepreneurs and to support the existing water tech entrepreneurs to accelerate and grow as well.
Fantastic. So it's very much about bringing the investment alongside those enabling steps all at once.
Absolutely. It's a full journey.
Yes, fantastic. And Haro, if I could move to yourself, if you're able to explain a little bit about where you operate and what you see as the sort of leading practice in your area.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you also for SWA and the organizers for inviting me. Much appreciated. So I represent Water Alliance. We're a Dutch water technology cluster, and I represent pretty mature companies, so we're already commercially there. But I'm also part of a larger ecosystem where we do fundamental scientific research, and where we do applied research, and of course then to market with Water Alliance. And this addresses already one of the best practices that I would briefly like to mention, is that the importance of the involvement of the end users. And it is quite obvious, and we do it in several ways. The fundamental scientific research that we do at WETSIS, the themes that are chosen are always chosen in cooperation with industry. This can be utilities or this can be private companies. And one other aspect which I personally really like as a best practice is the multidisciplinary approach. So with supporting innovation, research, it can be that, for example, the chemistry professor gets stuck, but it may be that the biologist or the physicist can support him in that research. And one other aspect aligned with that multidisciplinary character is that we nowadays much sooner, when a PhD student is picking up IP and developing his company, his startup, we align him with business administration. So at a sooner stage, we also make sure that tech development is also aligned with a more, commercial approach to go aligned. This can be also a student in business administration, can also be a more seasonal business coach. And of course, the entrepreneurship program has all the other facilities in doing validation, testing, financing, coaching programs. That is all in place. But I personally like that business administration part quite a lot. Yes.
Superb. So it's about collaboration with that end user and making sure there's that strong connection, and finding how you can tailor your support to those entrepreneurs by the sounds of it, matching them with the right level of support.
We've seen in the past sometimes that there's engineers or technologists sometimes have the tendency also to push a little bit, the technology push. And so as sooner as you get the involvement of the end user, the more you're also sure that you can steer the innovation and the entrepreneur to solving a real problem for an end user.
Yeah, they give the push and you need some pull from the end user as well, and then you've got a harmonious system then. Fantastic. Sayed, how about yourself?
First of all, thanks a lot, Chris, for setting this up, and to the organizers for inviting us, and to my dear panelists. Sayed spent around 12 years in venturing in water, first with Grundfos and then with Aliaxis, and now with Water Impact Partners, which is a strategic advisory company advising water technology companies, corporates and investors investing in water. We're all about growth. There's a lot of entities, companies, institutions helping entrepreneurs kind of through the early stages. What we focus on is real growth and scale, because if we don't scale these world companies, there will be no impact. So, and another hat I wear today is I'm a global advisor to Imagine H2O, which is a global accelerator in water. It's been around for 10 years, based in US and Singapore, and we're looking into a hub in the Middle East and Europe. And back to your question, Chris, I think one of the success factors of a cluster or innovation hub in a certain vertical is putting a value chain partners together that are really top tier in what they do. So, for example, in Saudi, you have a great market, both domestically, regionally, there's cost, and there's a research and development that is quite advanced. Incubators and accelerators are starting up here, and now we need more advisors, we need more entrepreneurs coming to Saudi that have experienced in driving growth in the water sector. And then, of course, the venture capital and investors that will then drive the growth of these startups.
Superb. It's very much about finding that top quality, top tier partner to work with then and attracting that into Saudi.
Absolutely.
Oliver, if I can move to yourself with the same question about where you work in the innovation ecosystem and what you see as best practice.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. And also thank you for inviting me here. Very pleasant to meet all of you. And yeah, my background, I've been in wind, water, and innovation platform for 5 years. I'm also wearing another hat. I'm a technical advisor for the Swedish investment fund, Swedfund. And it's very much a little bit the same view. We would like to go for the better good. And also, the wind, water, innovation platform was actually started by a little bit of frustration of a lot of research project that was really, really good, but not really addressed. So how to bridge the gap between those development projects or research projects and then finally get something out of it. That has been a great, and let's say, bridge to gap to bridge. And in our events and our business matchmaking meetings, we really try to address and involve several stakeholders, investors. It could be also utilities and of course, startups, to really have a collaborative innovation forum where we have quite open innovation discussions. So we can actually give really, really early input to the services or the products that are coming out of the research projects. Just an example, some of you maybe know about orbital systems, which have been in the market now for 10 years. It's a recirculating shower. Merdad Majoubi, he was the founder. He was at his first meeting very, very early in our so-called events for wind water meetings. And then he explained about the water saving because it was a NASA space program. It was really important to save water. But in the Nordic, we have quite much water, so the panel actually gave him the feedback that maybe you should not have the focus on saving water. Maybe you should actually have the focus on you saving energy. We have much less energy, and it was cheap. It was expensive in the Nordics. So we actually changed the unique selling point, which made him also very interesting for investors in the Nordics. So that was kind of change for him, and also it has been a successful company. And we are very happy to give, let's say, many accelerating points for the startups or the development projects further by also taking stakeholder involvement and give also the end users input directly. So that's been one of our platform, let's say, success.
Superb, yeah, and there's very much that word of collaboration again, and great to see the diversity of thought with thinking coming in from NASA and translating itself into the water sector. That's always exciting. So lastly, Hassan, if we could hear from your thoughts.
Yeah, so I work for Ski on Water. Ski on Water is the family office for Susanna Clatton, and we invest on her behalf in water technologies. And Ski on Water has been at it for about 14 years. And they started off by investing in technology companies. And one of the learnings was that it is very difficult to make it work when you invest in technology companies because of issues with access to the market. So we changed pivot about 8-9 years ago when we started investing in solution companies and then added on technologies on top of it to give them a route to market. And what we look for is basically what do we bring beyond just the funding. That's a key criteria for us, because we feel like with our access to market, with 6,000 employees present on all continents, working across the spectrum within water, if we can't give a young company access to market, then they probably can find a better partner than us. Because the good thing about water right now is that the funding is available, it's available everywhere, and a lot of it is available, but the route to market is what makes us different, perhaps what makes us special as well. We do invest quite a lot in R&D, but we're perhaps a little bit later on within the R&D journey. We see ourselves more within the D space rather than the R space. For the R bit, we collaborate with universities. When they're ready, we have our own R&D hubs in the Netherlands, in Switzerland, in the US, where we can bring those companies on board, work with them to develop them, and take them to that next stage. And even companies where we don't invest, often what we do offer them is access to our experts. What we have learned within the innovation space within water is that the companies, the young companies, are really good at the technical side of things, but because of limitations sometimes on what's available versus who's willing to work with them, what they don't always have access to is the more financials around, is their solution cost beneficial or not? And we believe that kind of knowledge and access is really important as you're going and pitching to clients, to end users, etc. And that's the kind of support that we bring to the table for them as well.
Superb. It's amazing to hear how you've built that whole ecosystem around you. So we must keep our panel to time. So I'd like you to ask one just closing question, and I'll go from right to left, because my question is, what one thing would you recommend to us here in Saudi to adopt to build that innovation ecosystem? And I'll close with yourself, Adwa, as someone operating here. What one thing would you like to see adopted better in Saudi? So one thing, if you can be quick, that would be fantastic. So Hassan, over to you. What would you recommend as your one thing?
Bring all stakeholders under one roof.
Perfect.
We're having the same conversation around innovation with 6 different stakeholders at the same time. And it's a waste of their time, it's a waste of our time, because then eventually they have to come together to talk about it again. So something which can be done very quickly takes a lot longer because the ecosystem doesn't bring everyone together. So that would be my advice. If you bring everyone together in one place, you can have this one conversation once, make a decision, and move on.
Thank you. Ola, 20 seconds. What would be your one thing?
Yeah, I just thought about one maybe an idea. There's could also create some living labs, which is a part of, let's say, the society development, where you actually implement some of the pilots, or you implement really the test facilities, and have that as an ongoing process. I think that's very, very interesting to see also, not only one pilot and one ready thing, but also the emerging situation. So living labs would be maybe a concept to discuss.
Living labs, perfect.
Yeah, I mean, water is very much a global problem, as we know. So my advice would be to learn on the learn of others who've been through this, stand on the shoulders of others. So you leverage the knowledge of all the global companies, technology hubs, investors, and so forth. The more you can bring that here and leverage that, the better you will stand, and the better the Saudi ecosystem will stand.
Perfect, thank you. We need to be brief to stay on time. How about yourself, Hara?
Yeah, if I may, I briefly wanted to react to Hassan's remark. My experience as well that the execution of what we would call the triple helix is quite fundamental. It seems logical, but it had the cooperation between education, academics, government, the public sector, private sector. It's a lot of talking, a lot of coordination, and a lot of agreements, but it will speed up. And for me, in a successful venturing model, acceleration is what you want, especially in the water sector, because we always say it takes 10 to 12 years or 8 to 12 years to develop from ID to commercialization. So acceleration and the triple helix is important in that.
Perfect, I like that. And to close, Adwa, what would be your final remarks about what you'd like to see more of here in
Sure,
Saudi?
so if I was to segment it into entrepreneurs, I would say localized to be global. We've seen a lot of international water tech companies coming to Saudi with that same non-localized mindset, and it simply does not work. So we have to be localized to be a global company. For the entities and the investors, is we need to realize that Saudi is amongst the top country in the world when it comes to water desalination. However, this is a place where you can truly grow because the market opportunity is here right now. So you need to come in, respect the culture, respect the way of doing business, while also localizing your investment mandate, even if you're not a startup, your investment mandate to accommodate to the future amongst Vision 2030 of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Other than that, I think this is a perfect time to come to Saudi, establish in Saudi, and also invest in Saudi.
Well, I think that's a wonderful call, and we'll close on those final words. So please join me in thanking our panelists today for all their insights. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, panelists. Thank you for being short and succinct and getting your points across very quickly. So, ladies and gentlemen, on Monday morning, the opening ceremony, we were proud to announce of new technologies that were being launched at IDWS 2024. And we're now going to hear from these presentations, these new technologies being launched now, with 6 short 5-minute presentations leading up to lunch. And to start with, I'd like to invite to the stage Hydrowind, Subsea Row Wind, and Dr. Ahmed Ghali. Ahmed Ghali.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Honored and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I come here from across the world with 2 gifts to every single one of you. The first gift is a gift from the heart of Arabia, and it captures the essence of the Arabian culture. The second gift is the official launch of a great partnership opportunity with a great technological promise, a unicorn of its kind, for generations to come. To proceed with the first gift. فبعض الماء ماء رباب مزن وبعض الماء من سبخ ملاح سأمتاح البحور فجنبيني أذات اللوم وانتظر امتياحي ثقي بالله ليس له شريك ومن عند ابن سلمان بالنجاح. Thank you. So how does this thing work? All right. What we do is we convert seawater to fresh water at a world record 10 cents per cubic meter, lowering the environmental impact and using ocean pressure and wind. This is a game changer in the desalination industry. We combine subsea technology and RO tech to provide an alternative fresh water source. The problem traditionally is that land-based plants collected surface water, pre-treated it, pressurized it, pumped it through an RO membrane, and then it went through an energy recovery process. Then you have to take the brine and pump it back into the ocean. Very complex and very expensive. Our solution is we use the free subsea pressures at 400 meters, desalinating it through an RO membrane, using wind to lift the desalinated water to surface. We used a vertical access wind rotor. This is super efficient, reduces complexities and costs, and there is no demand for land. Reduced brine release issues, and no pre-treatment chemicals, which is, again, very, very positive for the environment. At full scale, the subsea RO system can produce 10,000 cubic meters per day at 10 cents per cubic meter. Okay, that doesn't look very clear, but we will continue. The benefits of our technology is it is 100% renewable and sustainable. It uses existing proven technology. It's environmentally very good, reduces costs by 90%, achieving to 10 cents per cubic meter. By the way, the current record is 40 cents per cubic meter. This is very significant. We can increase capacities to meet growing needs in the country, and we can rapidly deploy in the Red Sea, which is perfect. We can do that within 4 months. Our traction to date, again, I apologize, that's not very clear, but our traction to date is we have achieved 2.7 million in raised funds. We have 3 patents granted. We have built and tested our onshore system. As you can see here, this weighs 40 tons, by the way. We have 40 plus team members and growing. We are at technology readiness level 6 and going on to 7. There are 9, so that's amazing. In summary, we decarbonize the desalination process. We build capacity to meet demand rapidly at 10 cents per cubic meter. Our system outcompetes all other desalination systems and is disruptive. This is great news for many governments and initiatives. It's great news for populations that live near coastlines. And it is great news for many people around the world. Not to mention, of course, it looks stunningly beautiful. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your interest, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Ahmed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Okay, so next to the stage, we're going to go quick fire with all these presentations of new technologies. The second one is OSMA, mineralization of distilled water by physical technology using mobile mineralization units. I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Omar Sultan Al-Halami. Dr. Omran. Dr. Omran Sultan Al-Halami, please join us on the stage.
السلام عليكم، مساكم الله بالخير. كيف حالكم اخواني؟ طبعا اليوم راح نتكلم عن موضوع mineralization of distilled water. انا افضل اتكلم بالعربي صراحه عشان ما شاء الله الاودينس اكثرهم عرب. اخواني طبعا اي واحد هذا اللي يقلب. اخواني طبعا شركة اوزما اكتشفت طريقة جديدة للمياه الصحية. احنا نتكلم عن المياه الصحية. عادة معظم الشركات طبعا بتعمل ديستليشن وفلتريشن، بتعمل اشياء كثيرة. احنا عملنا يبدأ من بعد الديستليشن، من بعد الارو ووتر. نحاول انه نحول المياه الى مياه معدنية بالطرق الفيزيائية بدون تدخل كيميائي. فطبعا أخذنا براءة اختراع من سويسرا قبل 2 تقريبا، وبدأنا في عمل أول مصنع للمياه المعدنية في دولة الإمارات. طبعا المشاكل اللي شفناها في مصانع المياه أنه يجيبوا المياه المقطرة، والمياه المقطرة هذه المشكلة إيش؟ أنه يبتدوا يضيفوا فيها الكالسيوم، بوتاسيوم، مغنيسيوم، فتكون دائما فيها نقص للمعادن الصغرى. احنا ركزنا أن تكون في معادن كبرى ومعادن صغرى، والبي اتش يكون 8. فحقيقة طلع معانا منتج معدني طبيعي 100%. أكثر الشركات طبعا لما تقول لك عندها مياه معدنية، إذا كانوا ماخذينها من الآبار أو من الأنهار فهي تعتمد على الماء طالع من فين، هل هو مر على جبال، مر على أنهار معينة، حسب المعادن اللي ممكن أنه يأخذها هذا الماء المتحرك في هذه الأماكن. فإحنا حاولنا بكل الطرق أن تكون جميع المعادن أو أكثر المعادن الصحية تكون موجودة فيها. فوصلنا لدرجة أنه نقدر نوصل إلى 20 أو 25 تقريبا معدن من المعادن الكبرى والمعادن الصغرى في هذه المياه. طبعا الاختراع اللي عملناه هو فقط to satisfy، يعني أهم شيء أن يكون صحة الإنسان متوفرة فيها جميع المعادن بدون تدخل كيميائي. فنحاول بكل الطرق أنه نوصل هذه المعادن للناس الصحيين، أو حتى الناس اللي عندهم مشاكل مثلا في الدايابيتيز. معظم المشاكل اللي بتصير أصلا في العالم إذا نقص عندك أي معدن بينعكس دائما على جسم الإنسان. مثلا إذا نقص عندك مثلا مادة الكروميوم أو معدن الكروميوم لو حتى قليل، فبيعمل لك مشكلة في السكري، بيصير عندك سكري، لأنه أصلا الكروميوم هو مفتاح الخلايا عشان يدخل السكر فيها في الدم ويقدر أنه يدخل على الخلية وممكن أنه تحرق الخلية هذه ويكون إنسان صحي. فحاولنا بكل الطرق أن ما يكون عندك ديفيشنسي في المعادن. طبعا عملنا تجربة وعملنا جهاز صغير وعملنا تجربة جدا ممتازة كانت في الجبيل، والحمد لله كان فيها نجاح كبير جدا. فحضرنا كمية يعني من أنواع مختلفة من الأحجار. احنا بنجيب أحجار، طبعا احنا ندمج بين الجيولوجيا وبين المياه، لأنه أصلا الماء مرتبط بالحجر أصلا في الطبيعة. فدائما وأبدا إذا يعني زي الأمطار مثلا، لما ينزل المطر عادة ينزل ماء مقطر من السماء، فهذا المطر ينزل على الجبال، ينزل على الأنهار، فيبتدي يمتص المعادن من الطبيعة، ولكن يعتمد على الممر اللي تمر فيه هذه المياه. فعملنا تجربة وجبنا كمية معينة من الأحجار، تقريبا 3 أنواع، وعملنا جهاز سميناه MMU اللي هو موبايل مينراليزيشن يونت، وخلطناه مع 100 لتر ديستلد ووتر أو RO ووتر. فطلع معنا حقيقة يعني خلال أول دقائق مبين عندك أنه وصل تقريبا، شايف عندك أنت خلال دقائق بسيطة وصلنا ل 230 ppm. طبعا لما كملنا مدة 8 ساعات أكثر أو 10 ساعات وصلنا إلى 525 من المعادن. لو انفحصت هذه المعادن تصل تقريبا إلى أكثر من 25 عنصر من العناصر المفيدة. فهو السر أنه كيف تستطيع أنك أنت تأخذ كمية كبيرة من المياه هذه. يعني مثلا إذا عندك طن من الأحجار قادر تطلع فيه 10 طن من المياه المعدنية الصحيحة النظيفة، خاصة إذا عملت متابعة لهذه المعادن. فالموضوع هو يحتاج حقيقة مهندسين جيولوجيين يعملون في هذا العمل، بالإضافة إلى مهندسين المتخصصين في المياه. طبعا عملنا كذلك جهاز أكبر. تعرف التجربة تبدأ بجهاز صغير في المختبر، ثم جهاز متوسط، ثم جهاز أكبر، وبدأنا تجاربنا كذلك في أن نعمل كميات أكبر. ودائما سبحان الله بيطلع معنا pH 8. فالطبيعة دائما تعطيك pH 8 الحموضة والقلوية. فأي ماء تشربه إذا كان أقل عن 8 يعرف أن هناك تدخل كيميائي في هذا الماء. طبعا عندنا سيطرة كثيرة الآن صارت على المعادن دائما معظم الشركات يعني تحاول أن تكون عندك معادن، ولكن للأسف يحط لك 4-5 معادن، وهذه المعادن غير كافية حقيقة لجسم الإنسان. احنا لما عملنا التجارب هذه جربناها على البشر وجربناها حتى على خيول السباق وجمال السباق، فطلع معنا فرق كثير لدرجة أن أكثر الدكاترة يقولوا هل أعطيتم منشطات لهذه الخيول؟ فاستغربت الناس قلنا لهم افحصوا وشوفوا كيف تغيرت هذه. طبعا التنفس يطلع معاها تمام، العضلات ممتازة، الدم سيره كما يعني صارت بصحة أفضل وقادرة أنها تقطع أشواط أكثر وسرعة أكثر. بل الخيول اللي كانت مثلا تصل مثلا تاخذ مثلا الأرقام الخامسة أو السابعة صارت الأولى والثانية. فصار عندنا نجاح حقيقة في هذا الموضوع، وكذلك البشر جربوا هذا الموضوع. فطبعا الأبحاث كلها انعملت في سويسرا، والحمد لله أن طلعنا بأفضل ماء معدني. معظم طبعا شركات الماء تكتب لك أنه هذا ماء معدني، ولكن يجب أن تتأكد من الحموضة، ويجب أنك تعرف عن المعادن اللي موجودة، ولكن للأسف لا يتكلموا عن العناصر الصغرى، والعناصر الصغرى هي الأهم من وجهة نظرنا. شكرا أخواني، هذه المعلومات السريعة. الله يبارك فيك.
Thank you, Dr. Omran. Thank you very much indeed. So next, we'd like to invite Dr. David Sarfi to the stage from Aquafirm to tell us how they have developed the first portable digital smart test that will revolutionize management of this crisis. David.
Thank you very much. Merhaba. It's such a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for the opportunity to be speaking with you today. So I'm here to tell you about Aquafirm. Aquafirm is developing the, excuse me if I can get this to move forward. Here we go. It's developing the first digital portable system for measuring water technology, to measure water contaminants that works off a smartphone. It's like a diabetes test for water. And the reason for this is very simple. Global water contamination is a crisis all over the world. Look at what's happening in the United States with PFAS, these so-called forever chemicals that are in 50% of tap water in the United States. Look at what's happening in Europe, rivers in the UK and other parts of Europe where raw sewage is flowing. And the problem is that the current tests that are out there are just too expensive and too slow. To get PFAS tested in the United States, it costs about $500 per sample, and it takes 4 to 8 weeks to get your results back. That's far too expensive and takes far too long. We have revolutionized this. We have now developed a technology that lets you measure contaminants at the point of use using a simple smartphone. Uses straightforward electrochemistry methods, so very well-known methods, but we've managed to make this work so that it works off a simple smartphone using low-cost test strips. So you can see on the left-hand side the test strip. We can manufacture these at scale for very low cost. We have granted patents in the United States, Europe, and in other parts of the world to protect this. And what this enables is this links up to a mapping software, which you can see in the bottom left-hand. So these are effectively the data that comes from the smartphone, gets uploaded to the cloud and can be immediately mapped so that organizations, agencies, ministries that are overwatching certain contaminants can actually manage it and manage it much more effectively. We've now developed this and demonstrated it for PFAS, for arsenic in Bangladesh, and for salinity, and we're developing it further for other contaminants such as E. coli and bacteria. And where we sit, you can see in the middle is between, if you look at what's out there, the other competing methodologies, you see, for example, colorimetric tests. They're slow, they're challenging and complex, and they're imprecise. They're just not good enough. On the other side of the coin, you have the laboratory tests, which are very precise but take weeks to deliver and are very, very expensive. We sit in the middle. We let you get the measurement on site immediately, and that data is immediately available for mapping and data analysis. This is transformative in terms of being able to manage certain situations. You can see that our go-to-market strategy is focusing on B2B, so we're talking to people here in Saudi in a variety of sectors, including beverage, agriculture, PFAS solution providers, water test labs, very interested in talking with a number of companies and agencies working, and government ministries working in these sectors. We will be launching this early next year for salinity here in Saudi, and shortly thereafter E. coli. And we'll also be launching this, or working with this in Bangladesh to measure arsenic. We've already done a number of very major pilot studies you can see already conducted using our test in Bangladesh and in Pakistan with very, very good, demonstrating very good results. We'll be launching this in Saudi, and shortly thereafter, a year later, we'll be launching it for use of measurement of PFAS in the United States and in Europe. We're actually raising $2 million right now, so we're out talking to investors around the world looking that are interested in water quality, sustainability, and looking at addressing this very important issue. I think the strength of our offering is the team that we have put together. I wanted to highlight in particular Professor Tony Cass, Emeritus Professor of Chemistry at Imperial College. He is actually one of the original inventors of the diabetes test, and it was Tony's technology and know-how which make all of this possible. So we're very much indebted to his impact into the company. Very strong financial forecast with this. We will be looking at achieving IRR greater than 120% over the next few years. You can see the break-even will be within 18 months of PFAS launch. PFAS is going to be transformative because everyone in the United States, every single householder is concerned about PFAS, and they're looking for cheaper ways of measuring it, and we have delivered that. We're, as I said, raising $2 million. That will be used for a variety of purposes, looking to use that both to launch here in the Middle East and United States, and also we'll be looking to scale up our manufacturing capability and also to market a SaaS product that I haven't had a chance to talk to you too much about, but happy to speak with you later about a platform technology in SaaS infrastructure planning. But we have a fantastic team, we have a fantastic technology, we have very strong patents, and we're very excited about talking to both customers and investors here who are interested in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. I think a vital thing is that anything we can do to clean up our waterways, as you rightly said, will be invaluable. Thank you very much indeed. So for the next speaker, I'd like to invite to the stage Dr. Oliver Hoffman, who will be Southwest Sensors Limited, SWS, a launching event. David, Oliver, sorry.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you very much. I'm here to represent Southwest Sensor Limited, which is a Southampton, UK-based startup company. We are now part of the Ski on Water group, and we have developed advanced water quality sensors, mainly for the monitoring of nutrients and pollutants. And the customers we are looking for is environmental institutes, municipalities, but also industrial clients. I'm Oliver, I'm the CEO, and my background is in analytical chemistry, and I have a PhD in microfluidics. And the challenge we try to help address is that of very high nutrient levels in water. If nitrate, ammonia, and phosphate are elevated, that can result in algae growth, it can result in eutrophication, fish death, but also has detrimental effects on human health. And while this is a global problem, it's also very clearly a local problem here for the kingdom. You have very high nitrate levels in groundwater. 18% of your wells have high ammonia levels, and also your desalination efforts are hampered by algae growth. So I think to monitor nutrients and to manage them effectively is a key aspect of any sustainability policy. And our solution to this is, on the monitoring side, to bring the lab to the water. What normally happens is that you take your water sample to the lab, where it's analyzed, and 2 days later you might get a result. Our idea is to use the very same assays and chemistries from the lab, the gold standard methods, but put them in a fully automated, compact and portable device you can take into the field. And we use the power of microfluidics to do that. We have that sensor that goes into the water. It draws in the water sample from the bottom, and also it has reagents stored inside the sensor. What then happens is the water mixes with the reagents, and we also introduce an inert oil. So then you get a formation of those small droplets in a stream of oil, where the reagent mixes with the water, you get color change. That's what we detect, and that gives you ultimately the data points. All in, what our sensor delivers is lab quality data, high frequency data, measurements every 10 seconds at an affordable price and at relatively low maintenance. They run for 3 months. And then you need to do a little bit of maintenance. During that period, you will have measured 800,000 points, all with lab quality. And we compare to the traditional way, of course. There we take out logistics, delay, and cost. We compare favorably against many electrochemical approaches where you have drift and you need to do more maintenance. UV spectral approaches, they often lack specificity and accuracy. And other reagent-based approaches, they are simply not as efficient as we are. We are 100 times more efficient than the closest competitor. Oops, then, yeah. Now I go to use cases. Sorry, this is one too much. Firstly, we can measure different levels in sewage going into the wastewater treatment plant. Here you can see we are measuring phosphate and ammonia levels. And once you know the load in what is coming into the plant, that can affect the chemical dosing in a closed-loop process control approach. So ultimately, that saves the operator a lot of cost. Then the second application use case is to monitor the outflow from wastewater treatment plants. That's more for compliance and to make sure you are below your discharge permit. In this case, we measure again ammonia and nitrate. It fluctuates a lot, but all within the discharge permit. So this was actually fine for that particular wastewater treatment plant. Then lastly, we also measure the effect of discharges onto surface waters such as rivers and lakes. And here we are monitoring phosphate downstream of a wastewater treatment plant, and we can see it being elevated to 0.4 milligram per liter. The normal recommended level is 0.1 milligram per liter. So clearly elevated. And once you know where the discharge is, for how long and how much, you can take remedial action early and limit the damage to the environment. Lastly, on the picture on the right, you see our sensor probe. It's the metal device at the bottom of that floatable platform, which is lowered into the water, so it's highly portable, very compatible with in-the-field use. That's really our invention, bringing the lab to the water. Please talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Oliver. Again, invaluable technologies to improve our water quality. Next to the stage, I'd like to invite Arpad Talasi from Sembrain, who are talking about silicon carbide ultrafiltration. Arpad.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm trying to convey as much as possible information within 5 minutes about Sembrain and ceramic membrane. My name is Arpad Talasi. I am part of the management of Sembrain. Sembrain is a Danish company focusing entirely on ceramic membrane. We have started our journey 2014 with the vision to make ceramic membrane and silicon carbide membrane available for a wide range of applications in the water industry. I just need to know that how can I change the slide? Which one is that? The green one? The green. Oh, okay, so sorry for this. Okay, then I'll go back. So in 2014, we have started the company Sembrain, entirely focusing on making a ceramic membrane available for a wide range of water treatment applications. And this is the only thing what we are doing. So we are manufacturer. Now we have 2 manufacturing facilities, one in Copenhagen, north of Copenhagen in Denmark, and another one in the US in Texas. We are now part of Ovivo, and in the last 10 years, we have been executed more than 600 projects in 65 different countries. When it comes to ceramic membranes, silicon carbide has some very good properties. What I want to showcase here, so the silicon carbide is a material which is chemically inert, has a high flux rate, and is a very robust material. We have also some advantages which you can use in the water treatment industry, which is the material itself is negatively charged, which means that we have a very low fouling, biological fouling, so that makes it a good alternative for any kind of other microfiltration or ultrafiltration challenges. I try to make a comparison between the different type of microfiltration and ultrafiltration technologies, and you can see that when it comes to footprint comparison, that the footprint of a silicon carbide ceramic membrane installation is significantly lower than a conventional sand filter or even another type of ultrafiltration membranes. We have a total suspended solids, no limitation on total suspended solids. So the feed water can be really high in TSS, and it makes really possible to go without any pre-treatment cases. So one of our biggest arguments for selling of ceramic membranes is that you can simplify the water treatment chain, that you can go without any pre-treatment, so you can really directly feed the water to the ceramic membrane, and you will have a very good water quality. Some other things is like specific energy demand and reject water quantity are also very competitive. So OPEX-wise, so we have a very good product, and you can use it in a wide range of water treatment applications. So what are these water treatment applications? So the first thing is that we are aiming to replace old conventional sand filters. I think that there is a lot of companies in the world that they are aiming the same target, but we have some very good argument why you should do that with ultrafiltration. So the first thing is that you can replace it, not just the sand filters, but a lot of pre-treatment to the sand filters. You will have much less energy and chemical consumption if you use ultrafiltration, silicon carbide ultrafiltration. And the footprint, as I said, it will be significantly less. We see here a big market potential. So we estimated like 50 billion euros, the market size just for the replacement of conventional sand filters. The second big application is to treat these sand filters, the backwash water of these sand filters. Maybe you know that sand filters have a low recovery rate, so that they have the huge wastewater amount through to the backwash. And we have some cases, mostly in the north part of Europe, where after a very short period of time, the investment pays off. So just through the treating of the wastewater after the sand filters. Other applications are reuse. You probably know that we have in some part of the world water scarcity, and the redistribution of the water worldwide is now changing, and we need to recover some part of the wastewater, and ultrafiltration and silicon carbide ultrafiltration is a good solution for this. So utilizing wastewater, utilizing river water or any kind of water for other purposes like irrigation or industrial applications. And beside of all of these applications, we have some traditional applications like pre-RO, desalination, or just a very conventional MBR, where we have some references, a lot of references, and where we can use these ceramic membranes. Another interesting point: how do we work together with our customers. And this is a certified partner program what we have established some time ago. We would like to work together with OEM contractors. They can integrate our ceramic membrane solution in their water treatment systems. So you can see some benefits of being a certified partner of Sembrane. I will just highlight some things which probably can be used for your further considerations. We are establishing a common database of reference projects, of sizing experiences, and we give the possibility for these OEM contractors to participate with us in exhibitions, in certification processes, and so on and so on. So this is really a leverage for OEM partners to use Sembrane as a ceramic membrane supplier partner. What I can say is that we have currently 300 plus certified partners. We cover the entire world, working in 65 countries, which is probably not the entire world, but I would say the developed world. But we are targeting to increase this network, not just geographically, but also application-wise. So we have a specialized partner for drinking water, industrial water, for surface water, and in different parts of the world, we are strengthening this partnership with the OEM contractors. Last but not least, this is I have made a summary of all of these things. What I said, just once again, the SiC membranes is known for robustness and the high flux rate. We have applications in drinking water and wastewater industry. We have 2 production facilities, one in Denmark and one in the US. We are the largest producer of SiC membranes. We are serving OEM contractors in more than 60 countries of the world. And maybe last but not least, on the other side, we are certified. We have an NSF 419 certificate from the US for drinking water applications, and we are now working also on the DWI certificate in the UK. I think that's all. I hope I could convince you to use Sembrane, the SiC membranes, in your water applications, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Arpad. Again, another enlightening presentation. For the final new technology that we're launching at this conference, we'd like to invite Metzero Technologies Limited, Dr. Pavlina Theodosiou. Pavlina.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Not sure which button to press to move slides. Thank you. Thank you. Wastewater treatment and management faces a lot of challenges globally, but especially in the Kingdom. Population growth, rapid urbanization, climate change, and inadequate infrastructure for water and wastewater treatment may lead to flooding, water scarcity, water pollution, adverse health effects, and rehabilitation costs that may overwhelm the resilience of cities. To face these challenges, we need new, resilient, and adaptive infrastructure to deal with the increase in demand and capacity that we are facing based on these challenges. On top of that, treating wastewater is costly. 60% of the energy used in a conventional treatment site goes into the aeration of sludge through a 100-year-old technology, making this a very costly and unsustainable solution. But the biggest concern of all is the impact wastewater will have on our precious ecosystem. We have heard it yesterday from the panel. Wastewater is an opportunity, but we need to take action now. A major part of the solution is to produce less pollution by improving the way we manage and treat wastewater, A more circular, sustainable economy means reducing the contamination of ecosystems by increasing the treatment capacity of existing assets or making new adaptive assets. And of course, recycling and reusing wastewater as a source of either energy, water, or nutrients. I am Pavlina Theodosiou. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Met0 Technologies. I'm trying to play a video. Brilliant. Our vision at Met0 Technologies is clear: to make the water of tomorrow cleaner than the water of today. We have embarked on fulfilling this mission through our innovative microbial electrochemical technology. This technology unlocks the trapped energy in wastewater, and it helps us convert that into resources. Currently, the resource we recover is hydrogen. We present to the market a retrofittable wastewater treatment technology that saves money, increases capacity, and helps water companies recover resources from their waste streams. In this video here, you can see our existing pilot that we installed in one of our local water utility sites in Northumbrian Water in the northeast of England. This is a 3 cubic meter pilot that we have installed there. And essentially how our technology works is very simple. It has 2 parts: an anode, a cathode, and a membrane. On the outside, we have the anode. That is the whole system, because it is submerged into wastewater. Bacteria attach into the anode and break down all the organics in there, releasing electrons and protons. And then in the cathode part, which is on the inside, which remains clean, is where we recover the hydrogen. With this system, as you can see on the background, we have an advanced control system that allows us to take advantage of this trapped energy in wastewater and turn it and leverage it into hydrogen. We used the learnings of our pilot to develop our first product. We are excited to present to you for the first time our SludgeMed system, a containerized plug-and-play unit ideal for treating efficiently wastewater streams high in organic content, such as sludge return liquors, and meeting discharge consent levels, reducing the impact of wastewater into our ecosystem. One more thing. Our system is able to recover most of its energy that it needs to operate through the wastewater. However, it needs a little bit of addition of electricity that we can add through solar panels or other renewable energy sources, making the whole system completely self-sufficient. So that means that we can install that in off-grid location. It is a much greener solution. Our technology offers many advantages over existing solutions. First of all, scalability. Because either it can be retrofitted into existing wastewater tanks, or it can be containerized and go into off-grid locations, so we can put these things together. Because it's modular, we can have more units within a container, and our system is stackable, so that means we can have different containers either on top of each other or next to each other and wastewater flowing through them, which means you can activate as many of these containers as you need based on the flows that you have, so you don't need to have a system that works all the time if you don't have the flows for it. Energy savings. Our system doesn't require any aeration like an activated sludge plant, or it doesn't require any heat input like an anaerobic digester. It can work independently. It can save you money on treatment. And lastly, it's much safer to operate compared to an anaerobic digester because it doesn't require all these pressures. Met0 is here to help water industry meet their demand challenges, save money in treatment and operational cost, and protect the environment. This is a big challenge, and there is no silver bullet for it. Water industry and innovators need to work together to trial and put technologies together that help them meet those challenges. If you are interested in piloting our technology, SludgeMed, or learning more about technology, please scan the QR code and fill the contact form on our website, or come and find me in this event. Shukran.
Do we do it after? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to lunch, we have a special announcement, a special collaboration between SWA and Huawei for launching new technologies. I'd like to invite to the stage, if they are ready, Malik Al-Mahamadi and Mohammed Al-Mahana. Mohammed and Malik, are you here, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's both an honor and a privilege to welcome such a visionary thinkers, dreamers, and change makers to this historic moment. A moment where we stand at the point of transformation, shaping the future of our most vital resource, water. Today, in collaboration with our valued partner, we are not just introducing groundbreaking innovations, we are presenting a vision, a revolution in how we perceive and manage this gift for generations to come. Today, in collaboration with our valued partner Huawei and 51 World, we are proud to introduce the first national water twin. This platform provides a comprehensive, real-time view of the entire water cycle from production to reuse. This advanced infrastructure is designed to accelerate the creation of AI-powered solutions by leveraging key operation and strategic data points, along with machine learning algorithms. It streamlines the development and deployment of advanced models to ensure the efficiency, scalability, and impact of our solution. So thank you, Mohammed and Amber, for joining us today to making this become true. Building on the momentum of Saudi Water Twin, we are honored to celebrate with our valued partner Illusions the introduction of deep learning platform for water management excellence. At the heart of this platform lies the power of neural network and data analytics. This technology has transformed industries worldwide and now take a center stage to reshaping how we manage water resources. This platform aims to reduce downtime and enhance operational reliability, extend the lifespan of critical assets such as membranes through predictive and corrective actions, optimizing resources utilization, ensuring every drop counts, providing data-driven and insight for cost saving and maximizing the return of investment. This initiative is proof to our commitment to the innovation and our belief in the power of the technology to address the most challenges in the sector. Together, we can ensure that the water sector not only meets today's demands, but also lead us to bright and more sustainable future. Thank you for listening.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I understand because some senior executives have flights to go through, we are pushing through with the conference. So we will have an earlier finish than we planned. So I'd like to introduce the stage, the next case study be Sustainable Energy Solutions. And this will be presented by Engineer Youngwook Yun. Have I got that pronunciation? Youngwook Yun. Engineer Youngwook. Dr. Youngwook, would you like to please enter the stage? Engineer Youngwook, Yao.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Very pleased to see you today. We are approaching to the last moment of the conference, and I'm really honored to be here and deliver my presentation to you. And today my topic is about, as an authority, actually, my name is Young-Wook Yu. I'm working for Saudi Water Authority. And right, as an authority, and in Saudi Arabia, as you may know, the desalination and desalination transmission all together with distribution is really one of the major industries in Saudi Arabia. It consumes a lot of electricity, so we're always looking for alternative solutions to decarbonize desalination industry in Saudi Arabia. We always think about renewable energy engagement to the system, but at the same time, we are also trying to find another alternative and more effective ways to decarbonize desalination industry. So today, what I'm going to talk about is we have done some configuration study to make a comparison and the possibilities and potentials of SMR as alternative solutions for the power systems to the desalination plant. So we made some comparisons with the SMR, with the thermal and RO desalination plant. And also, we made some comparison of SMR with another renewable energy sources and the possibilities of SMR as an industrial utility applications, and then the possibility of SMR powered desalination for hydrogen production. So SMR is basically the small modular nuclear reactor. It is considered to be a safety enhanced and modularized reactor suitable for electricity supply for smaller independent grid, usually capacity less than 300 megawatts. So I will come to this point why 300 megawatts is important in the next slide. So this is basically like realizing concept for grid independent electricity to application like desalination plant. So basically SMR, it provides several advantages like modularity or lower capital investment or siting flexibility or safety like this. Especially for the modularity, we can consider SMR like a usually like factory fabricated, so limited on-site preparations. So it reduced significantly for the construction period. So when it comes, we can make it faster, so we can materialize desalination grid-independent system in a very quick way. The left-hand side is the conventional configurations that we usually do. For example, for 1 million cubic meters a day production and transmission system, we need approximately 320 megawatts of stable base load. So what we usually do is we bring grid electricity to the plant production system and the transmission system. And then from this transmission and storage system, we pump it to the cities. For example, from Jubail or Ras Al Khaimah, we send the produced water to the city of Riyadh. The city of Riyadh is basically like 450 kilometers away from the production site, and the elevation is like 500 meters above the sea level. So this is basically a very energy intensive process. So we need to have like grid connections, and basically the electricity needs to be delivered to the on-site. But when it comes to SMR and desalination configuration, we can basically eliminate electrical interfaces, and we can contain electrical facilities inside the plant boundary and power to application. And on top of that, at least during the electricity generation, this is carbon neutral energy source. So we can perhaps decarbonize desalination industry in Saudi Arabia in this configuration. So SMR, recently there are fourth generation SMR technologies being developed and they started marketing to the world. And one of the important features is that they're ramping up and down. Usually conventional nuclear power plant, once they started operation, full load, 24/7. But in case for the SMR, at least depending on the needs of the electricity, we can reduce the load, increase the load, and at least we can make it a little bit of flexibility. And also, one of the things is that we can utilize thermal energy as it is, not in the form of electricity, but also we can utilize thermal energy as it is. So the first idea might be we can utilize SMR as a thermal energy source. So we have made a comparison whether it might be more effective to combine it with thermal desalination plant, or we just still use it as an electrical energy source. And the result is when we extract some of the steams from the lower pressure side of the steam turbine, it reduces its gross capacity a little bit in a higher side. So it's always more beneficial to utilize it as an electrical energy source. The next one is, the comparison with renewable energy source. We all know that the renewable energy is a really important energy source to decarbonize any industries. But up until now, because of the energy storage system, its capability as a base load, it still has some limitations. So when it comes for energy savior mode, renewable energy, its production feed-in tariff plays an excellent role in the industry. But when it comes for the base load, it still has some limitations. So for example, like, photovoltaic, PV, solar energy, it can produce electricity only about 20 to 25% of the day, which means to make it like 100% base load, we need like 4 times more capacity. We need to increase the capacity at least like 4 to 5 times of its original needs, because when it comes for the electricity generation, it needs to supply electricity to the system, but at the same time, a certain amount, even more amount of electricity needs to be stored in energy storage system. So when the sun comes down, this energy storage system will supply electricity continuously to the system. So when we consider energy storage system, the electricity tariff that we used to know from the PV system or wind turbine system is no more valid. We need to, this one easily become like, for example, wind turbine with energy storage system. It used to be like $100 for megawatt hour range, but when it comes to combined with energy storage system, it's easily like tripled or 4 quadruples of what it used to be when it produces electricity in a solo basis. And PV the same, because since the capacity factor of the PV system, solar system, is lower than wind system, the energy storage capacity needs to be larger than the wind turbine system. So basically, the entire tariffs in combination with PV with energy storage is going to be much, much higher than what we can expect. So that is one of the things that we made a comparison. So when it comes for the energy savior mode, like I said, renewable energy sources will play an excellent role. But when it comes for the base load, since they need the energy storage system, its electrical energy cost is going to be in a higher side compared to SMR. And this is another possibilities of SMR as an industrial applications. Since SMR has a modularity, so we can basically copy and paste and make a bundle. Like, for example, if it is like 80 megawatt of gross capacity, then we can make it bundle with the 4 SMRs. So in total, the system can produce 320 megawatts of output performance. Like I said, when it comes for 1 million cubic meters a day with the transmission system, it consumes approximately 320 megawatts. And this configuration is going to provide the ideal applications for the power to application. And we can, like I said, we can basically contain electricity generation system within the boundary. And on top of that, nowadays, hydrogen is gaining a lot of popularity. So in Saudi Arabia, since we are lacking, groundwater sources, so if we want to produce hydrogen, it should be from desalination plant. So when it comes with 400,000 cubic meters a day desalination plant with hydrogen, with the hydrogen production system, we can also make a comparison with another renewable energy sources like wind turbines. So here, when we made a comparison, SMR, RO plus hydrogen production system, it would produce hydrogen in a slightly more expensive compared to the renewable energy source. But renewable energy, due to its intermittency, it cannot produce hydrogen continuously. So what we need to do is that if we don't consider energy storage system, RO system needs to be operated intermittently, and water electrolysis system needs to be operated intermittently. So compared to this kind of operating conditions, SMR can provide more reliable hydrogen productions. So here what we want to say is that in hydrogen, there is not only a green hydrogen, but also pink hydrogen could be an alternative source that we can also think of with SMR. So there are actually several considerations when it comes with SMR. The first one is, of course, SMR is a carbon neutral energy source. And SMR within the plant boundary or in microgrid configuration inside the industrial complex, it could provide water and electricity in a reasonable tariffs. But SMR needs some learning curve to reliably predict required investment in a first-of-a-kind application. Because SMR, still in a developing and emerging, marketing conditions. Although the technology is there, people are afraid to apply this SMR for the first time because, like any other technologies and industries, the first-of-a-kind application is quite challenging. So what we usually recommend is that when it comes for the materializing these SMR technologies, we need to set up all supply chains inside any certain countries that wants to apply SMR. For example, when it comes with SMR, the fuel supply chain needs to be established, and the fuel management and waste management needs to be considered, and also the maintenance service needs to be vertically integrated all together with SMR industry. So SMR as a potential, like I said, SMR could supply carbon neutral electricity to any industries. Here, I brought example with the desalination plant and the transmission system, but also, the one who wants to be independent from the grid network to secure resilience of the electricity supply, SMR could provide a reasonably okay range of the tariff to power the system to any industrial applications. And also, we can also approach the hydrogen production not only from the renewable energy sources, but also we can produce hydrogen in the form of pink hydrogen from SMR, nuclear energy sources, together with desalination plant. All the numbers that we have used for this configuration study was from one of the commercial companies who recently developed fourth generation SMR in the US. And then we carried out this configuration study with them. So if you are interested, please come to us. Thank you so much for today.
Thank you, Mr. Youngson. And personally very familiar with SMRs, having done the leadership development coaching for one of the SMR companies that are leading this technology, and it's something I think we've stalled quite a lot. Everything has a trade-off. There's trade-off in solars and wind, in EVs, but the trade-offs on nuclear are very, very small. That's something I believe we should embrace. Right, moving on. We are now ready for the second case study. And I'd like to invite to the stage Dr. Abdurrahman Magdi, who is going to speak about process innovation, innovations in water storage solutions. Professor.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm going to talk briefly about the innovations in water storage technologies. And I was just talking to one of my friends about the innovations in water storage, and he just told me, just to store it. There's no much innovation. But we'll try to just cover part of we'll just briefly we will cover why we need water storage and what are the trends. Basically, why we need water storage, because we have almost 71% of the earth is covered with water, but actually only 3% of this water is fresh water. And out of this 3%, 2.5% is just water unusable. It's locked up in glaciers in the north and southern pools. And then also we have only 0.5% of the total water available for fresh water. If we put this in spheres like our planet, you will see here that this is our Earth, and this is, if we made a planet out of our water, it will be this planet here. And then part of it, which is 3%, is this small one, is the fresh water available. And then this is small, I'm not sure you can see it, it's very small here. This one is the fresh water available. And all our work as water experts and water consultants is try to get some bridge between this big sphere to the small sphere. And of course, we do that at high expenses, high energy cost. And we need, after we produce this water, we need to store it in order to meet our demands. So we do it both. So the main thing is the above ground water storage. Saudi Arabia has a very ambitious plan, as always. Saudi Arabia tries to achieve the goals, and the kingdom storage capacity right now is around 24 million meter cube, and we need to almost reach a target of 120 million by 2030. And this, of course, comes with challenges, not only in managing this project, but also to keep the integrity of those water storage systems. And I'm going to talk about how we keep the integrity and what are also other available solutions to enhance our water storage capacity. So, to keep the integrity of water, this is a water storage tank from the inside. And then we have different technologies. I'm not going to talk about this in much details, but this is just a brief about the technologies we have. We have advanced coating systems, of course, and NDT to check for the integrity of the tanks. And also we have cathodic protection. Actually, cathodic protection is not so innovative. It has been there for almost 100 years, but I just want to talk about cathodic protection in just some more details, because I think innovation is part of its DNA, I would say. And Then also we have IoT-based Internet of Things, smart monitoring systems that is now on the rise. And also we have the robotic cleaning systems, and we have many innovations in this field. Leak detection systems, and also the use of artificial intelligence and algorithms to predict and automate the maintenance schedules. So why I wanted to talk about cathodic protection, and because something I find that it's really it gives an inspiration for all people in the innovation field, is that cathodic protection first, I'm not sure if you are familiar with cathodic protection, but you just put a sacrificial anode. This is one type of it that takes the corrosion instead of your acid. And it all started by Sir Humphrey Davy in 1824. He was trying to reduce the amount of corrosion, or the rate of corrosion of vessels with the Royal Navy in 1824. But it didn't went well. Actually, it was to reduce the copper sheathing problem, the copper corrosion problem. They used to have some copper at the bottom of the of the ship to reduce the fouling, but it didn't well because it was the corrosion of copper was actually the anti-fouling effect. So it didn't went well. So Humphrey Davy didn't continue the work. His student, the great Michael Faraday, who was a great electrochemist, continued his work. He introduced the impressed current cathodic protection, and but he couldn't finish his work because there was no DC current available, there was no anodes available, and 60 years after that, the Elon Musk of that time, Mr. Edison, Thomas Edison, started looking into the impressed current cathodic protection, and it didn't find its way to commercialization until 1932, where they started to apply it for steel pipelines in the U.S. gas and oil pipelines. So it took us almost 100 years from the first idea of Humphrey Davy up to the application in oil and gas industry. And now it is part of our protection systems. And of course, we are still developing that, taking the DC from solar PV panels. And so I think this is a classic example of how innovations solve our problems, and how we stand on the shoulders of the giants. And also, of course, the IoT-based monitoring, this is on the rise. How can we utilize smart water tanks, sensors to monitor the water levels, the usage, the quality in real time, and how this, of course, reduces our OpEx and enhances our operation methodologies. So this is one type of, which is the above ground storage. I would talk about a small project that we have just initialized, which is exploring also the possibilities to use the aquifers as a water storage system. And it's basically that you use your aquifers to store the water. So of course you have some kind of injection wells, or maybe the natural infiltration to fill or to store or to recover your aquifers, and then when you need water you just pump it out. Of course you need to do the right work needed to know that the water will not lose its quality, and it will be at the best possible alternative to our above ground water tanks. So we started the work. The approach is very simple. So you have to collect the data, and based on that you model your water resources. We will start with the Riyadh region, and then we have the plan to generalize. And then we analyze our present results, and also we set the stage for future studies, and I'm going to talk about this. So we started collecting data. We are approaching all the government sectors, and we are collecting data about the land use maps, the digital terrain models, subsoil information, climate data, water monitoring data that we have, the water storage facilities, and also the any flooding evidence, and the water networks, land use maps, all our data possible to build a reliable model for our groundwater and our water ecosystem, I would say. And to do that, you need to build, I would say, build the three models that work interchangeably, and they are pretty much connected. You start with a water balance model. This is just, I'd say, a first law of thermodynamics model. What is coming in, what is coming out. And what's coming in is not just desalinated water. We have desalinated water. We have groundwater pumped out from the aquifers. And you have also wastewater. And you have some, if you have some leakages in your system, also it's accounted in your water balance model. And also how this interacts with the rainfall and the runoff model to account also for the rain. Then those two models actually affect our groundwater model, because they really recharge our aquifers. And then how can we know what is our ultimate groundwater that can be utilized from the aquifers? So those three models build what we say, this is what is a water resource planning is. You start with the model. This is what we are doing right now. You have to model your ecosystem, I would say, or the water sector. And then based on this model, you can have, you build the database. And then this database has to be always monitored and surveyed in a real-time advancement. And with that integrated approach, we hope that we achieve the goal of our new mandate as a Saudi Water Authority, to help the water sector and to find out the opportunities we have in the field. That's it. It's I hope that I didn't miss parts of the talks, and please reach out to us always. We are open for innovative ideas and innovative approaches. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Abdul Rahman. Thank you very much indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we said, we've changed the order to slightly to account for certain logistical difficulties. We're now going to proceed with the theme 5, the final theme for this afternoon, for the whole conference, which is water transmission and storage. And to launch this, or to deliver a keynote on innovating for tomorrow, revolutionizing water transmission and storage, I'd like to invite to the stage Engineer Adil Abu Jawdi. Adil. Thank you.
But you can't keep the water there a long time. Supply.
To see all these familiar faces of partners, friends, and colleagues. So I'll be talking today about the innovation in the field of water conveyance and storage. By the way, my name is Adil Abu Jawdi. I'm the Global Director for Jacobs for water conveyance and storage. And I work for Jacobs. Jacobs has been delivering projects for Saudi Arabia for the last 60 years under our different branches. And we operate currently under the name of CH-TAM Saudi Limited. So I see the audience are quite familiar with the local context. Just let me go quickly. Saudi Arabia has been endowed with plenty of natural resources, but nothing is perfect. In terms of water resources, there is lack and scarcity of water. Rain in Saudi Arabia is less than 100 millimeter a year, to be compared to something like 300 millimeter of evaporation or evapotranspiration. So the water balance is always negative, very low recharge, or practically there is no recharge for the aquifers. So water resources Is it working now? Okay. In terms of supply, the cities in Saudi Arabia up to recently have been supplied by 60% from desalination and 40% from groundwater. And as per the Saudi vision, we are shifting into 100% of desalinated water to the megacities, which are located inland. So more desalination, meaning more water transmission in order to supply to these cities. So this is where the challenge is, how we can deliver this water to these cities and minimize the reliance on groundwater. Looking at the map, okay, just to have an idea, a quick idea, I take one simple project, Jubail Hafr al-Batin, 350 kilometer of water conveyance system, Jubail Buraida, 600 kilometer, and the list goes on and on. So we're talking about huge distances and really major projects of very high flows to deliver to these mega cities. So this is one of the challenges. The second, I talked about the distances. Water leakage is key. Every single drop we deliver to these cities has to be efficiently used. We should not lose any single drop of water. So today I'll be talking mainly about conveyance. I know the National Water Company is deploying huge resources in order to minimize the non-revenue water and losses, but today I'll focus only within the water conveyance system. Talking about these large distances and eventually elevation, so energy efficiency is key, and we need to optimize the energy. So, and the last point, also very key here, so Saudi Arabia has been performing very, very good on the top 3 items. However, where I can see personally, I've been working for this region for more than 2 decades, aging infrastructure and taking value of the actual existing infrastructure, this is where we can really continue to extend the life of whatever we have in the ground. So, in adding to the items I mentioned before, so again, part of the Saudi vision or the targets that are set by 2060 is to reach a net zero in terms of carbon, okay? So, again, there have been some investments in wind projects, in solar production, in hydrogen, and so on, and these are projects across the country. So this is where, in fact, we have in the water sector help, also put our contribution on how we can minimize the energy consumption, okay, so to invest less in the water. So what are the challenges that we're facing? First of all, water losses. Okay, so we have to save every single drop of water that we deliver for hundreds of kilometers. The second is, okay, distance, geography, and energy, they are combined, so we have to design optimized systems that, we will consume less or the minimum energy that we can get to that level. So today I will not be speaking about Internet of Things or artificial intelligence. I'll be more focusing on the solid engineering, which is the foundation on which we have to add the layer of the soft solutions. And the last thing I would be talking about, okay, would be aging infrastructure and how we can, take more value of our assets. In terms of water loss or leakage detection, okay, so currently there is a new technology which is practically commonly used in the oil and gas sector, but we have seen it less in the water conveyance system. Anyway, when we lay a water transmission pipeline, next to it there is a fiber optic cable to convey, for the SCADA and communication. Within this fiber optic cable, we can just use two fibers, one fiber to detect the acoustics, and the fiber can act as a very sensitive microphone, so any leak can detect, can generate sound, and which can be captured by the fiber. This is one parameter that we can measure very accurately and we can localize. The second is the temperature. Any leak also can induce a temperature change in the ground, and that can be deducted. So that's the objective of these fiber optic cable, and it's already in place. It's part of the project. So the advantage of the system, how it operates, I will not dive deep into the system, but this is the idea. I will save your time. So it's a very cost-effective or efficient solution. Anyway, the cable has to be laid parallel to the pipe. It can localize the leak very efficiently, accurately, and practically in real time. So we can avoid having a small leak leading to a major burst in our system. Okay, now another system about the reservoir. Leakage in major concrete reservoirs eventually can be a problem. Again, another technology, we're not innovating anything here. We're using a technology that was introduced in the 1930s. This is the electric resistivity tomography that relies on measuring difference of potential by an induced current in the ground. And since water can change the soil resistivity, just measuring the soil resistivity, we can detect any leak in real time. So the idea is, this technology is, again, currently or commonly used in geophysical investigations, geotechnical investigations. What is the innovation here is to implement it under the reservoirs in two-dimensional, so we can have a matrix of electrodes that we can run in real time, say once a day or once a week. And again, in real time, we can have scans of what's going under the ground. In case of any leak, we can very accurately localize it and have the intervention to avoid losing any drop of water. Moving again back to the water transmission systems and their optimization. Okay, this is here, I would say, imaginary case. Don't try to link it to any of the current projects. So if I take a water transmission system, so we have to minimize the energy. Depending on the pipe diameter, the head losses, we can see if we reduce the pipe diameter by 25%, head losses can be increased by 400%. So, because the head loss is to the power 5 of the pipe diameter if we maintain the same flow. For this case, when we look at where is the optimum, okay, if I look at just the capital cost, so we have, say, for instance, in this case, a pipe diameter of 76 millimeter in terms of, 76 inches in terms of diameter. And if we add the energy cost consumption over a certain period of time, 30 years, for instance, automatically the optimal point will shift to a large diameter. And if we add the value of money of our investment, we will end up with another point. So again, a very good, I would say, approach Saudi Arabia is adopting is involving the private sector. And this kind of exercise is very accurately followed up by the investors under the PPP projects, and where Saudi is pushing the private sector to bid for the lowest operating cost per cubic meter. And that's really a great thing that we have. Now, adding one layer about renewable energy. If we look to the water transmission system from one single facet, okay, so on this chart, I'm showing the energy balance if we using photovoltaic. So whatever is positive is produced energy over 24 hours. And what's negative on this chart is negative energy or consumption over 24 hours. So assuming that desalination is constant over 24 hours, and so we have some excess that we have to offset between the day and night, and so we have to use some energy storage solutions, eventually pump hydro or batteries or any other solution. And so the question, is it worth over-investing in our conveyance system to over-pump during the sun hours? And so this is what we can look at. So we have developed a system, somehow comprehensive, where we can look at the optimization of the different facets, whether the PV, the energy storage, the conveyance, and the desalination. And here, if I just, again, an illustration example, if we overpump, say, between day and night with a multiplier of 2, you see the gray chart, it will give us a certain factor. As a first conclusion, that we can say that, okay, whatever we are using so far is to maintain the 24-hour operation. However, it would be interesting to run this calculation over, the real energy consumption and profile to see how we can use eventually any excess of energy during night. So this was a simplified, I would say, one single transmission pipeline. However, this is another case study that we conducted in the US, in the United States of America, where we have a more complex system and to optimize all the components. So this is where we went into a more sophisticated system, You can see that, doing the optimization, we were able to cut the construction cost, the capital cost, by something like 17%. Okay, how we can add on this? We have our own tool called Replica, where we can take the hydraulics, couple it with instrumentation, with the process, everything put in one box, and we add on it the layer of optimization, and this is where the AI can be added or is already added, as my colleague Amer yesterday presented, in order to come up with an optimization of the operation. So we have done an optimized system in terms of design, in terms of operation. We have built a system that operates, theoretically very well optimized. So we have to add layers in real time, how we can manage the system to take the best, efficiency of operating our pumps nearest the highest optimal point and according to whatever available energy is. So this is where we can add this additional layer, and this is the role of the soft solution, the internet and the artificial intelligence that can be added. Again, back to the previous example that we saw, whenever we have a complicated, complex water transmission system, at certain reservoirs we have, residual energy that we can regulate through flow control valves. So this energy is dissipated. We can recover this energy using the pump hydro, so the turbines, and so we have different scales of turbines. I will not go I will jump very quickly. So in fact, we can have different sizes of these turbines, and the recovery rate of this investment depends on the residual pressure on these points, and it can range between somewhere 2 to 10 years in order to recover the investment in recovering this energy. Last but not least, is very important point is the pipeline condition assessment and rehabilitation. We have pipes that were laid in the ground in the 1970s, and after 30, 40 years, we consider them that, they are amortized. However, there is still a very huge value in these systems, and we need to take the best advantage of that. So in order to do this, we have to run the inspections. There are different methodologies of inspections nowadays. Actually, there are some technology. You can get an equipment, a piece of equipment as big as a tennis ball. You introduce it in your transmission pipeline. It travels with the flow, and you can recover this piece of equipment at the end of your pipeline. You send it to the manufacturer. They can download all the data. And this is a very accurate system where it can detect and localize leakages in case your system is not already equipped with a localization system for water leakage. There are other technologies for assessing the condition of the pipeline, even under pressure. So we are not stopping the operation of the system. We can continue operating the system and assess the condition. Once we have conducted this assessment, we can go into different technologies of rehabilitation. This is a number of a list of different technologies. Sorry, the resolution on this screen, I don't think it's super clear, but there are different technologies depending on the pipe material that can be appropriate to be implemented. So yes, we have reached an era where artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and all these soft solutions are really great. However, we have to come back, I would say, to the fundamentals. We have to put all these solutions on solid ground, and this is a way to use this solid ground solution. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Adel. Thank you very much again for an informative keynote speech. Thank you. So we are now on to the next item in the agenda, panel discussion, which will be led by Dr. Hussein Bassi, who is going to be speaking about adapting to change net zero infrastructure solutions for water's unpredictable future. Dr. Hussein, please come to the stage, who will be introducing his panel.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I hope everybody is doing very well, and I hope that you have your lunch now, or maybe it's canceled. So our topic now is going to be about the next generation infrastructure. So we're talking about storage, we're talking about transmission, and as you can see here from the pictures of our panelists, we have chosen cream of the people who are going to join us and share their knowledge. I would love to ask our panelists to join us, please. Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee. Thank you very much. All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us in this very promising session. Usually we take care of the future. We want to know how the future is going to look like and where it's going to lead us. And when we talk about topics such as infrastructure, it's one of the topics that we usually want to be prepared with, because we are not going to make things happen right away. We have to have a good picture of how the system is going to look like. And infrastructure is something that requires a lot of time, a lot of funding and money, a lot of efforts, human resources required for that to make things happen. And it's associated with a lot of challenges. So one of the things that we usually face is different things, such as quality, such as smart systems, artificial intelligence, and so on. So that's why we are having here, as I said, cream of the cream. I would love for all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce yourselves. So starting with Dr. Sheng Li.
Thank you, Dr. Hussein. Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Sheng Li. I'm senior expert of water in SWA. I'm mainly working on membrane-based technology for water treatment and water quality control in the transmission and distribution system. Thank you. It's my pleasure to be part of the panel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Shea?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Bassi. I came from China. My name is Xiaofei Xue. I'm in charge of R&D center of the BWG, which is the biggest water treatment company in China. Mm-hmm. My practice is in water treatment technologies.
Nice. Nice having you. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Dr. Nada?
Hi, I'm Nada Abu Bakr, and I lead the Ricardo's water practice in the Middle East. And I particularly work in the area of governance reform and policy, and linking that with water infrastructure.
Thank you. Engineer Fahad?
Thank you, Dr. Hussein. I extend my gratitude to you and to the co-panelists. My name is Fahad Sakhan. I'm working on National Water Company as a Innovation and Research Management Director.
MashaAllah. Thank you. Dr. Ivo?
Yeah, I'm Ivo Potov. First, I would like to thank the organization for giving me the opportunity to participate in this panel. I'm really honored to be present here. I work at Deltares from Delft in the Netherlands. It's quite a unique research institute because I think it's the only institute in the world that is fully dedicated to natural and man-made water systems. We have experts on coastal zones, on groundwater, and on pipeline infrastructure. I'm one of the experts on pipeline hydrodynamics, including fluid transients, air pockets, and advanced control systems. And I'm deeply interested and active in at the edge of the water and energy sector.
Great, great. Thank you. Thank you all for joining us here, and I'm pretty sure that we are hungry for a lot of questions. One of those questions actually is related to, in terms of infrastructure, is water quality. Water quality is a huge topic that requires a lot of attention. That's starting from production all the way to not even to the end user, but even if we go beyond that for the reuse and so on. So, Dr. Lee, I'm pretty sure this is something that you can educate us on, like in terms of infrastructure, so transmission, tanks and storage and so on. How water quality is such an important topic in this area?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. For me, it's important that when we talk about water transmission, we are not only just targeting deliver the right amount of water to the end user. We want to deliver the required amount at the high quality standard for our end users. So that's why the water quality in the distribution or in transmission in the storage is very important for our end users. And the secondary contamination, what we call normally in that is kind of contaminants happening during the transmission or storage. It can cause by, for example, when we talk about non-revenue water, when we have the damage in the pipeline system, that is the occasions that the contaminants can introduce in the system and created, for example, biofilm formation in the pipeline system, biocorrosion in the system, then you have initiated the secondary contamination in the system. And how to control this kind of water quality, I'd say, issue in the distribution, that's is crucial. Of course, we are doing some, taking some measure to control the issue, especially for the, from the microbiology point of view. We have been doing the disinfection to minimize those kind of issue. But as what we saw in the morning presentation, when we did the disinfection, common practice with those chlorine, and then we have the chlorine-related disinfection byproducts. And those are the compounds are not healthy for the human. Some of them may even create a cancer issue. So how to maintain a good quality and how to optimize the disinfection measure during transmission is the main consideration for the water transmission, storage, and distribution system, in my opinion.
Right, right. Thank you very much. Now, since we're talking about quality and water quality, it seems like we are so concerned about our own health. That's really great. But one of the things is that, like, the environmental health as well, or how the climate change actually is playing a really great role in there. And I'm pretty sure Dr. Shea, maybe you have comments regarding the climate change and the infrastructure that is related to the climate change somehow.
Oh, yeah. When we talk about the next generation infrastructure facing the climate change, I think we should first be clear that what are the key goals and the demand of this infrastructure. So I think three things. First is ensure the water supply security, including reliability of the treatment plant and transmission and the storage. Second, I think, is improve the efficiency of the water resources using. It including precise transmission and distribution. And third, I think, is adapt to the climate change, especially to the extreme climate risk, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. climate change, or when we, as you mentioned here, that the infrastructure is related heavily on that. Whatever we want to do about the future, we need to have a strategy that can help us out with that.
Yeah.
So we are talking about Middle East. So Dr. Nada, I'm pretty sure that we are having, like, now the demand is increasing, the population is going higher, and the demand is increasing. And at the same time, we are having the second thing about the climate change there. So are we having a strategy to be ready for the future for those two things that we should put in our consideration?
Yeah, so when you look at the current problem that we're facing, it's induced by certain elements that you said, and one of them is around climate change and these extreme weather events. What they're doing is they're really stressing existing infrastructure that's not typically used to these extreme weather events. So what really is needed is you're looking at introducing innovations and solutions that are adaptive, resilient, and can withstand these stresses and shocks that are caused by climate change. And we're starting to see countries responding to that by designing entire cities as water supply catchments. And what that effectively means is that you're turning your city into a big water storage area, utilizing things like green infrastructure, in addition to traditional infrastructure, so gray infrastructure. And some examples are like, for example, wetlands that can create a buffer from these extreme weather events, but also can capture, can treat naturally, and then can store it, the water. So that's just some examples, and there's some great examples of that across the world. So China has some great examples. Australia has some great examples. When you look at Saudi Arabia, bringing it back to that arid region, and thinking of that water as a supply and catchment, and city as a water supply catchment, you want to look at things that can support this arid region. So evaporation is effectively your enemy. So you want to then leverage groundwater, for example. That's the sort of asset naturally that could be possibly used as a storage facility. And incorporating water-sensitive urban design, along with things like introduction of managed aquifer recharge, could be a great way to balance the supply mix of desal, recycled water, and also rain and stormwater harvesting. And some great examples, again, in Australia, where they've actually developed artificial wetlands that can create a buffer from extreme stormwater events. But then what's happening also is that it's capturing the water, it's treating it, so effectively the environmental system is providing an eco-service naturally by removing pollutants through this artificial wetland and then recharging it back into the groundwater. So I invite you all to go see some of these sites, because there's a lot of great learnings from these places that are sharing the same geography as Saudi Arabia.
Can I make an additional remark to this?
Sure.
It's when it comes down to strategy development and making evidence-based investment decisions on the water infrastructure, there is a very useful conceptual framework, and Ms. So already highlighted it on Monday evening, I think, which is the Integrated Water Resources Planning and Management Framework. That's because all the water systems are getting more stressed by climate change. So even the almost infinite resource of seawater for desalination. Since all these natural systems also get stressed, it's really good to have a holistic framework, which is the IWRM framework, which is really a perfect framework to make these evidence-based investment decisions.
Great. As you mentioned, and Dr. Ronald mentioned, and even my colleagues here, Dr. Lee and Dr. Shea, it seems like we are we are given it different terms, and wetland is one of the examples of this concept, where maybe I can refer it as, for example, sustainability. Sustainability is something that would put whatever we are talking about into action. So if we go to the private sectors who are handling, for example, here in Saudi Arabia, the water distribution, which is NWC. I think, Engineer Fahad, you have something to add in terms of sustainability and where the innovation is taking us into the sustainability. And maybe with water, wetland is going to be one of those ideas for different or certain categories or sectors. But from your perspective, where you see the sustainability would be effective?
Yes, true, Doctor. We know sustainability in Saudi Arabia is revolving rapidly. And also it's driven by most of the leading organizations, and National Water Company is one of the leading organization in sustainability. To align this vision with the national vision with 2030. These initiatives implemented for sustainability that touch a lot of things. One of the major things that it's affect the National Water Company or try to push it more forward, which is including the wastewater treatment technologies that give us the right way or the right resources to reduce the amount of the wastewater as a whole to sustain the future. Right. Second one, regarding the advanced technologies to be implemented, such as AI and to monitor the network. The third one will be the partnership, which is one of the critical role that it's affect the sustainability to integrate with the university or with the other research centers. Also, this give the right direction or utilize the right people or research center to go on the right way.
Right.
The finally will be the support of the community responsibility, and this is important when we launch a campaign to educate the people on how to utilize the water in the right direction.
Nice. All the examples that you mentioned regarding sustainability and how we can have that kind of collaboration, like we call it open innovation, to have people from the outside to help us out and to solve those challenges and to shape with us the future. I'm going now to continue on that with you, Dr. Ovo, regarding, we've had a talk maybe in the backstage, which is about the variable renewable electricity. That is something would really be interesting. So,
yeah, that is indeed. We are, of course, in the energy transition, moving into an era with less reliable, controllable electricity supply from fossil sources and more towards variable renewable energy supply from solar and wind, mainly, maybe other sources. But that gives opportunities and maybe also obligations for other sectors, and especially the water sector, to create or to make the water infrastructure suitable for demand response. Yeah, that's an energy systems term, but to develop demand response strategies, because and then use the pumps and the desalination plants more intensively if there is more renewable supply, because storage of water is 1,000 to 10,000 times cheaper than storage of electricity in a battery. So it would be, maybe at this moment in Saudi Arabia, it's not yet an issue to operate in a more variable way, following the weather pattern, so to say, or the variable production. But it's already a big issue in countries with a large share of renewables. And it's really, I would love to collaborate with Saudi Water Authority on that topic to prepare the water systems for it, like I do for these integrated water resources management strategies.
Right. To be honest with you, I have a second round for you to ask you, and a third round, and a fourth round, and I would love to stay at least 4 to 5 hours with you, ladies and gentlemen.
Likewise.
But it seems like our time is up here. You know, in case if any one of you have any question later on, I think our panelists are going to be around for a while. It's going to be a really good opportunity if you have a personal talk with each one of them. But as of for now, I think this session is done, and I'm really keen to see how the future is going to look like with the suggestions and the ideas you're presenting, sharing your thoughts. Thank you very much for being here with us, and thanks for all of you to listen to such a wonderful session. That will be it for today for our session, and meet you inshallah in the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hussain, and thank you to the panelists for the last panel session of today's conference. We are just going to remove the chairs for the next proceedings. So, whilst we're doing this, I'll introduce what we are doing now, which is special agreements, some more MOUs between Saudi Water Authority and 2 stakeholders. We have 2 such MOUs. The first is between SWA and Wadi Makha Technologies. From SWA, Representative Engineer Tariq Al-Ghaffari, and from Wadi Makha, Representative Dr. Ali Al-Shari. And the title is Supporting Innovation and Entrepreneurship in the Water Sector. Welcome to the stage. Thank you very much, gentlemen. The second MOU is between SWA and King Khalid University. SWA Representative Dr. Faisal Al-Husseini. King Khalid representative is Dr. Saad Al-Shahrani. The title is Supporting Innovation and Entrepreneurship in the Water Sector. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Congratulations to you both, and to the both 3 companies involved on that. So we're approaching the end of our conference, ladies and gentlemen, and to lead the closing ceremony and the honorations, I'd like to introduce to the stage Mushal Al-Shamari to lead the closing. Mushal.
SSEM.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a 15-minute break now. A 15-minute break. Could you please come back for 2 o'clock when we will commence the closing ceremony and honoration. So a 15-minute break. Thank you.
SSEM. Engineering a Sustainable Future. SSEM established itself as one of the leading Saudi companies in the turnkey execution of large projects and diverse development, engineering, procurement, construction, operation and maintenance projects as main contractor. It was founded in 1976. We deliver high-quality projects through strong partnerships, skilled teams, and a commitment to integrity. Our vision is to be the leading contractor in the kingdom, driving its transformation into a global power hub by delivering innovative electromechanical solutions that meets its power and water needs. If you're looking for proficiency and prestige, SSEM. Engineering a Sustainable Future. SSEM established itself as one of the leading Saudi companies in the turnkey execution of large projects and diverse development, engineering, procurement, construction, operation and maintenance projects as main contractor. It was founded in 1976. We deliver high-quality projects through strong partnerships, skilled teams, and a commitment to integrity. Our vision is to be the leading contractor in the kingdom, driving its transformation into a global power hub by delivering innovative electromechanical solutions that meets its power and water needs. If you're looking for proficiency and prestige, SSEM. Engineering a Sustainable Future. SSEM established itself as one of the leading Saudi companies in the turnkey execution of large projects and diverse development, engineering, procurement, construction, operation and maintenance projects as main contractor. It was founded in 1976. We deliver high-quality projects through strong partnerships, skilled teams, and a commitment to integrity. Our vision is to be the leading contractor in the kingdom, driving its transformation into a global power hub by delivering innovative electromechanical solutions that meets its power and water needs. If you're looking for proficiency and prestige, SSEM. Engineering a sustainable future. SSEM established itself as one of the leading Saudi companies in the turnkey execution of large projects and diverse development, engineering, procurement, construction, operation and maintenance projects as main contractor. It was founded in 1976. We deliver high-quality projects through strong partnerships, skilled teams, and a commitment to integrity.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. معالي رئيس الهيئة السعودية للمياه المهندس عبد الله بن إبراهيم العبد الكريم، سعادة النواب الحضور الكرام، أهلا وسهلا بكم في ختام مؤتمر الابتكار في استدامة المياه في هذه النسخة الاستثنائية التي شهدت حضور ومشاركة دولية كبيرة. تشرفنا في يومها الأول بحضور سمو نائب أمير منطقة مكة المكرمة صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سعود بن مشعل وعدد من أصحاب المعالي والسعادة. 3 أيام حافلة بالابتكار والإبداع والتفكير خارج المألوف، ونرجو أن نكون قد وفقنا في تمكين وتحفيز الابتكارات النوعية في قطاع المياه من الإنتاج وحتى إعادة الاستخدام. أدعو الآن وكيل الرئيس المهندس طارق الغفاري لتكريم نخبة من رواد الابتكار في قطاع منظومة المياه. من شركة المياه الوطنية أحمد مساوي، علي الشهراني، محمد العجلان، سليمان الجبرين، عبد العزيز السعيدي، سلطان عسيري، ماجد الهندي، وبهاء جابر، فيصل الصرير، ونايف القرشي. الشركة السعودية لشركات المياه محمد القحطاني وعلي القحطاني. من المركز الوطني لكفاءة وترشيد المياه تركي محمد، ومفرح الخثعمي، وعبد الرحمن حسني، وفارس العنزي. نوال الحارثي. من المؤسسة العامة للري عبد الله القادري ومحمد السمحان، عوض العنزي، الدكتور محمد العمير. من شركة نقل المياه سعيد آل عشقان، أحمد الربدي، محمد الجبير، محمد الفهيد، وناصر الحربي، خالد الحجي. أعمال التحلية سلطان الطلحي، ياسر الجهني، حمد الزامل، عبد الرحمن العيسى، عمار النخلي، محمد فليحان، نايف العسكري، هاني خلاوي، المهندس محمد الصغير، المهندس عادل النعيم. من نيوم الدكتور نيكولاي ونورا شهاب. ومن أكوا باور عبد الله داجواه وفواز الصغير. أستأذن معاليك بالصعود إلى المسرح لأخذ صورة تذكارية مع نخبة رواد الابتكار في منظومة قطاع المياه. أيها الشباب. العافية، شكرا جزيلا لكم. استأذن معاليك بالبقاء لتكريم الفرق الفائزة في مياه ثون. رواء، فريق رواء، وكذلك أفق الابتكار. فريق رواء، فريق أفق الابتكار، استأذن قيادات في صعود المسرح. إبراهيم. فريق بيور تك وفريق هايدرومونكس. فريق هايدرومونكس. فريق فيزي جراوند وفريق اليوم مايننج. فريق بيور تك. مايننج تك سور. باقي أحد؟ فريق فيزي جراوند. يتفضل الأستاذ متعب بن إبراهيم المسيند المدير التنفيذي للجمعية الخيرية لخدمات المياه الصالحة للشرب إروى، الجهة الاستشارية والمنفذة ل4 محطات تحلية مياه بحر. تفضل. بتكريم مؤسسة عبد الله الراجحي الخيرية ممثلة بالأستاذ فهد بن إبراهيم البرز مدير إدارة المشاريع. الهيئة السعودية للمياه تكرم جمعية إرواء نظير جهودها ومساهماتها. الآن استأذن معاليك في تكريم رعاة المؤتمر الشركة السعودية لخدمات الأعمال الكهربائية والميكانيكية المهندس عبد الله المالكي. شركة مابا، شركة مطلق الغويري للمقاولات، شركة إعمار السعودية، شكرا معالي الرئيس. طولت. يتفضل سعادة المهندس طارق الغفاري لتكريم المشاركين في مياه ثون. الدكتور فيصل العصيمي. فريق توقع، فريق توقع. وفريق مبتكري الحلول البيئية المستدامة. فريق نيبل. نوبل. فريق نمير. وفريق عالية طويق. فريق بورا. فريق قطرة. وفريق سمارت بزنس. وفريق واحة. تفضل. يعطيكم العافية والتوفيق إن شاء الله.
تفضل. تفضل. أيضا أدعو محكمي مياه ثون للصعود إلى المسرح. الدكتور مسعد الفريح من وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة، المهندس بدر الحربي من شركة المياه الوطنية، الدكتورة فضيلة الدريعي من وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة، المهندس أحمد الحارثي من أكوا باور، المهندس محمد اليوسف من الشركة السعودية لشراكات المياه، المهندس محمد السمحان من المؤسسة العامة للري، المهندس طاير عسيري من شركة نقل وتقنيات المياه، الأستاذ فيصل القرني من وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة، المهندس يوسف أبو بكر من منشآت، دكتورة نورة شهاب من نيوم، المهندس ماجد آل حميدان من تحلية المياه، المهندس تركي اندريغري من المركز الوطني لكفاءة وترشيد المياه. وكذلك مرشدي مياه ثون، المهندس فهد الصقهان من شركة المياه الوطنية، المهندس أحمد مساوي من شركة المياه الوطنية، الأستاذ سلمان جمال من شركة المياه الوطنية، والمهندس أحمد الجبلاوي من شركة المياه الوطنية. والدكتور شاهر شكوري من الهيئة السعودية للمياه، وكذلك المهندس حسن عدنان من أكوا باور، المهندس يزيد الحناكي من المركز الوطني لكفاءة وترشيد المياه، والأستاذ عبد الرحمن العجلان من المؤسسة العامة للري، المهندس ناصر الشهري من تحلية المياه، الأستاذ مروان القيسي من منشآت، المهندس التركي من شركة نقل وتقنيات المياه، والأستاذة الجوهرة بن رويم من وزارة البيئة والمياه والزراعة.
من نخبة رواد الابتكار في منظومة قطاع المياه عبد الرحمن الثبيتي ومحمد عاشور. شوف الخط كيف. تكريم راعي الضيافة، نستأذن في أبو غسان. راعي الضيافة بارنز. شركة مياه، راعي الضيافة بارنز وشركة مياه. شكرا مهندس طارق، شكرا لكم السادة الحضور، ونلتقيكم إن شاء الله في نسخ قادمة بإذن الله، في النسخة القادمة بإذن الواحد الأحد. شكرا جزيلا.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I could just have 2 minutes of your time just to conclude the conference. That concludes our conference, IDWS 2024. And just a few words I'd like to say. As an outsider, although very involved and very passionate about environment and sustainability, this has been a right honor, a real pleasure to be part of, a very tiny part of. And I think Saudi Water Authority can be very proud for what you've achieved. The Kingdom is already leading the world in desalination techniques, and I think you can be proud that it is also now leading the world in all manners of water security. Thank you very much, everybody, for listening. It's been fantastic to be part of, and look forward to seeing you all hopefully next year. Thank you.